Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. How are you guys doing tonight? Thanks, I appreciate it. Hey, how's it going? Welcome, Kanui. Welcome back. Lewis, welcome. Hey, how's everyone doing? Happy Halloween, everyone. Glad to hear it, Lewis. Everybody having a good holiday? Anybody do anything fun? Welcome, Thaddeus. Welcome, happy Halloween. Nice. Glad you guys are having a good night. Biscotti, yeah, that actually is in my plans. I'm kind of trying to balance doing that alongside my current project, but seeing as how we still have like 11, 12 days until 1.1, I think I should have time to get it done. But yeah, right now the recap is on my current list of things to do, yes. Welcome, Megalink. Yeah, I'm having a great day. Thanks for asking. Trunk or treat, yeah, I've been hearing people doing a bunch of those lately, Kanoi. We actually had one at work. Robin, welcome. How's it going, Zach? Welcome. Ren.
There's no chat on this.
It is what it is. Hey everyone, welcome. So as is standard with all of the other streams that I've done thus far, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to do my best to answer them. You know, anywhere from future and current content plans to you know, gameplay questions and builds. Pretty much everything's, you know, fair game and open. Of course he got his shield up, of course he did. Just really trying to prevent him from doing that. What do I think of the new teaser? The new teaser was pretty hype. I really don't have anything bad to say about that teaser. It was pretty great. Thoughts on 1.1 showcase? So the 1.1 showcase definitely has some good stuff coming for us, without a doubt. So obviously the new characters look great. I think that goes without saying. Me personally, I'm most excited for Zhongli on a personal level. Like, that character is super hyped for me. But I think Child or Childay or Shilday or however you want to say his name, I think he should be pretty cool as well. I'm definitely excited to see how they play into the overall game. It should be pretty interesting. As far as the new story stuff coming, that's incredibly hyped though. The stuff that they showed is already pretty interesting. Kuching's entering the story. That's great. That's going to be amazing. And you know, now that we've seen in this teaser, we also know Ganyu's going to enter the story in a bigger role as well, and that she's also a half Adeptus, which is pretty interesting as well. We didn't even know that that was a possibility for somebody to be half Adeptus, so we don't even know what that really means yet. And then of course we have the whole deal with looks like Child is attempting to spawn some sort of demon or something. That giant hydro thing, which I suspect he's trying to summon this to lure out Rex Lapis, which I suspect he knows that he faked his death, that he's not actually dead, and I think he probably has suspected Zhongli all along of being Rex Lapis, or at least being Rex Lapis's newest vessel. So what I'm thinking is that he befriended him so that he could keep a close eye on him, and helped you get in touch with him because he knew that you would be able to help place him in a position to expose him. And I think that now he's just forcing their hand, and he's going to force Zhongli to expose himself and reveal himself to be Rex Lapis. That's what I think is going on. Excited for new history. Would I do a video for it? What do you mean by history? Do you mean like a timeline or something? Actually, if that is what you mean, that actually is something that I do have in my upcoming plans. I just haven't had the opportunity to start it yet. Got too many other side projects going right now. Okay, guy. He's gotta not hide. Ow, that hurt. Ugh. God. My mouse has some kind of weird problem with the left click lately, and it's causing some weird issues. Diona looks amazing. Yeah, I think Diona actually should be really, really cool. I think that that's going to be a pretty exciting character overall. I think that, you know, she's been a little bit overshadowed by some of the other characters that were, you know, confirmed to be coming with 1.1. But I think that she's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be really nice to have a cryo archer, because right now we really don't have a lot of depth in the current field of archer characters. So I think that that's going to be one of the more exciting entries overall, for sure. What's my opinion on Paimon bread? Well, I think it's a good utilization of emergency food, for sure. You want the rocker? You want Xinyan? Yeah, I think Zav. I think Xinyan's gonna actually be a really, really interesting character as well. From what little we know of her, I think that it's gonna be really nice to have a 4-star entry into Pyro Claymores for one, because right now the only Pyro Claymore obviously is Diluc, and you know, the larger portion of the player base does not have him, myself included. So it'll be really, really nice to have her here to kind of backfill that that gap. Diluc can't stand him. Yeah, Diona. That's the sound of competition. Sea Monster is probably the monster Rex Lapis sealed thousands of years ago. Yeah, I suspect that he is. In fact, Child basically says as much in the trailer. He says, oh, I forget exactly the way he worded it, but something about will the land of Liyue or something fall under... oh god, he basically said something cryptic that was basically alluding to that, though, yes.
I'll put you on high maintenance.
Decided my destiny.
Send this to Klee.
Oh, no shields for those guys. Been grinding artifacts from the book bosses. Yeah, that's a bit of a process. Any speculations on how they will handle the upcoming banner, Zhongli vs. Child, and also the 4 stars? My speculation, Biscotti, is going to be that Zhongli will be the opening banner, and if I had to put money on it, I would say it'll probably be with the 2 new 4 stars, and that Child's banner will probably come at some point in the future. Maybe 6 weeks after the Zhongli banner, possibly, but it definitely won't be at the same time. Will the nation that just lost its deity be swallowed up by the ancient malice once more? Yes, Zach, that was exactly the quote. Thank you. Historia Beidao History says about a sea monster. Do you think she will be involved in the new history? Yeah, in the where the story is going right now, could be. Although I don't know. She really could be. So what we do know of where the story is right now is that, you know, her ship is parked just below, or just on the other side of the islands to the east of Liyue, and that she is supposedly in Liyue now. So actually, I think there's at least reasonable probability that she'll pop up in the story. Please, Child first, please. Yeah, I don't know that I'd get your hopes up for that. Lisa needs a buff. She looks like the typical powerful, sexy mage you find in anime guilds. I mean, I don't know. I think she's in an okay spot. I think that maybe you kind of have to set her up a little bit, though. Like, you have to set her for ideal interactions, and if you don't set her up pretty much for those interactions, then you'll end up, you know, underutilizing her or not really getting the best possible engagements with her at the very least. Oh, that one's shield is not gonna pop. Oh, maybe it will. Ah, come on. Having a problem with my mouse right now, and it's driving me crazy. That fence. Yeah, no big deal. I'll just finish him off. Wow, I was well outside of that. Okay. Aggressive clicking noises. Yeah, you know, yes, a little bit. I don't know what's going on with my mouse. I just ordered a new one because I can't stand it anymore, though. It's it results sometimes in when I'm trying to do a charged attack, it'll just stick and I'll only be able to single strike, and it drives me crazy. You think going to Kenaraya is related to Jean because her voice line, she mentions the great hero of Kenaraya. Cole, I think going to Kenaraya will actually be more related to Kaya. He and his father are actually from Kenaraya, and it's revealed through Kaya's profile story information that the reason why Kaya and Diluc do not speak anymore, or at least they don't get along very well, rather, is because Kaya is from Kenaraya, was sent to Mondstadt as a spy by orders of his father, and did not tell Kaya or Diluc's father or Diluc, and has lived with them for years. And he did not come clean on that until after their father died. So that's actually why they don't really get along.
Decided by destiny. Curse it.
Electro artifacts. Hey, how's it going, Draco? Welcome. Kaya was a spy, Archangel. He was, but he's not really a spy now. It seems like after he came clean to Diluc, and Diluc operating as the Dark Knight Protector of Mondstadt, I think if Diluc thought that Kaya was any kind of actual threat to Mondstadt, I don't think he'd be letting him just chill out anymore. I think he'd have probably seen him, you know, depart Mondstadt pretty much immediately. Oh my god, I keep running out of stamina. We know Kaya was a spy from his, like, Kaya's actual, his actual profile story from Friendship Level 6. Am I planning to get Ayaka? Yeah, I absolutely will make sure to get Ayaka when she comes out. No doubt about it. Oh, that was not what I was trying to do. Great. Come on, let me actually get a hit on him. There we go. Not what I was trying to do. Oh my god, I have no stamina. Oh, that's probably gonna hurt. No, it didn't. We're good. At Tavot Historia, do Zayleys respawn or reset in our game? I don't think the Zayle reset. Honest to goodness, I have been doing some kind of personal level testing, David, on whether or not even chests respawn. I haven't even been able to verify that, to be very honest with you. I've gone back to about 25 or 30 chests every couple of days to see if very specific ones are respawning, or at least in the same area, and I keep not finding any. So I'm not even really sure if those respawn. I've heard people say that they do. And, you know, sometimes I do come across an odd chest here or there that I'm like, I don't know how I missed this. So, like, it's one of those situations where it's like, did I miss it? Or did it respawn? And it's just not where the other ones were. So this is, like, I'm trying to take some screenshots as I go on and see if they're actually respawning or not. You think Ayaka is better than Mona at traveling in water? I don't know. Like, it depends on if they change any aspects of Ayaka since she showed up last a year ago. What's my thoughts on Child? Do I think he's a villain? Yeah, I do. I think from what we've seen in the teaser trailer now, I think that it's pretty much a guarantee that Child is a villain at this point. I don't... You know, at first I was thinking, you know, maybe he's just a character who plays in the gray. But at this point, I don't even think he's playing in the gray. I think he's just actually a villain. I think he's just, you know, one of these harbingers, and he was just playing the nice guy, playing innocent for a little while to get what he wants. And now that he's gonna force everybody's hands to, you know, force the confrontation that he was, you know, looking for in the first place, because he's still trying to serve his purpose. And we do know that Venti mentioned at the end of the first chapter that the Harbingers were all granted, you know, power beyond that of normal humans by the Tsaritsa. So we know there's probably nothing good coming of that. Oh, I should have waited. Ugh. Keep not getting that charge click is driving me nuts. Do I think the unreturned star event could have some bigger lore story implications? Looks pretty grand compared to the Crucible. So what little we know of that, I don't, it might have something to do with the main story, although I kind of suspect it's just a side story. Now that Mona is established as a member of like Mondstadt, or you know, having, you know, set up shop in Mondstadt, I think it's, you know, just another way to kind of give us a side story or side quest involving characters that we already have a vested interest in. Who's better, Klee or Mona? I think that they're both really good for specific things. I, on a personal level, prefer Mona because she's more agile, and I find myself, you know, getting beat on a little less. But their DPS is very similar in terms of capability, so it's kind of hard to go wrong with either of them. I should have known that wasn't going to work. Where'd he go? He's behind me. Nope. Okay, he's got to come down here. Ah, oh, come on. I'm like constantly out of stamina tonight. Oh. Okay, let's see. Do I know if the Fatui and the Abyssal Order are completely independent or maybe working together? You know, originally I was maybe suspecting some sort of relationship between the Fatui and the Abyssal Order, but at this point, you know, I'm not so sure. I'm kind of thinking that maybe they are working on separate agendas. But there could be, you know, there could be some level of relationship somewhere where the Fatui might even be being manipulated by the Abyssal Order without knowing it, or vice versa. You love using Mona and Fischl together. Yeah, Dust, I think that they're a really nice combo as well. I'm really looking forward to that Fischl quest, or the Stars quest coming out soon too, because they're giving us a free Fischl. And mine is currently C5, and I have not managed to get that elusive final constellation for my Fischl, and that one will guarantee it, so that'll be really nice. Ow. Well, that was not nice. Okay, this roller's gotta mostly stop rolling. There we go. Ningguang is really good, yes. If you have Ningguang and you're wondering if you should be using her as a primary DPS, yeah, you can definitely make her into a very effective primary DPS. Welcome, Zahir. You feel the Fatui and their Archon are in league with the Abyss Order. Yeah, I think that, I do think that there could be some sort of distant relationship there. I certainly don't think it's impossible. Venti, Rexlop is probably Zhongli. The Sarits are the only ones we know by name. Yeah. You want my Jean? Jean's pretty nice. She's definitely a character that I don't foresee getting benched at all. Like, she's way too useful. You should make it like other streamers where people can do exclamation Mona or other characters and check my current setup. I didn't know people were doing that. That's actually really interesting. I'll have to look into how that's being done, and if so, then I can actually do that. I can actually go over my Mona build and stuff if anybody has any questions on that. I don't have a problem with that. Just let me know. If anybody already asked that, my apologies if I missed it. There's a lot of comments already, so it's a little bit hard to keep up. You wonder if the element that corresponds to a given vision has something to do with the persona it's given to. Yeah, Nere, I really think that is a very high probability. I think Fischl's a prime example of that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he put up his shield during that. That was pretty much garbage. I can't believe he did that. Oh, this whole interaction's been botched because they put up their shields right away. That's super cool. And just use bait out to go ahead and burn them down then. Well, hopefully that electro guy just stays over there for a minute. Okay, so he's a problem because he's still got his shield up. How is my Jean build? Support or DPS? She's hybrid, so she's basically DPS but with energy recharge. That way her elemental burst comes up more frequently and I can use it, you know, whenever I have one of those oh crap situations where you need that oh crap button to save you. I don't know why I swapped a bait out for that. That was unnecessary. Oh my god. This is where having a cryo character would be really nice. Oh, I cannot get through this guy's shield at all. All I can do is just kind of slowly pluck away at it. Oh, come on. He's like a little teeny click from death. There we go. Alright, let's see. Have I been able to finish reading all the Ascension material descriptions? No, Kanoya, yet. There's still a lot of them that I haven't been able to really get through because I'm working on so many different things at the same time. Ali, my Mona build is... I actually have a video that pretty much outlines exactly what I'm doing with my Mona build. And I'm doing basically the same thing with Klee. Actually, I'm doing kind of an off thing with Klee, but I also talk about that video, or the build that I'm using with my Klee at the moment in that. But basically the gist of it is it's attack focused with a Hydro bonus damage goblet, as well as crit damage on the helmet with a Royal Grimoire weapon. So that's going to focus on keeping your crit rate as high as possible and having as high as crit damage as possible in order to kind of work towards a 2-to-1 crit damage to crit rate ratio. So basically the idea of this is, you know, to make your numbers crit frequently and crit hard. And so here you can see I have 1724 attack on her right now. With a crit rate, it says of 42.4, but because it's Royal Grimoire, it actually increases the average at base level by so it adds 8% crit rate per stack. So you actually have effectively a non-static flexible crit rate. So because you are adding up to 40% additional crit rate, it's actually an average. So it's 62.4 is the average crit rate between these numbers. And so basically I have, you know, 62.4% crit rate and 130% crit damage. So I'm pretty close to that 2-to-1 ratio, which results in pretty big numbers regularly. And Klee is I'm slowly working her in the same direction, but right now she just has a lot more crit rate than crit damage, but that's fine, because at the same time, whenever I'm on her, it also is proccing this talent a lot, which is giving me a lot of particle regeneration so that I can use Mona's ult more regularly. I plan to, in the future, kind of reverse her to where she is the same way as Mona, but right now I just don't have the artifacts to allow me to do that. With regard to Jean, she is currently set up as energy recharge on her weapon, and this weapon is really, really good at that. But from her artifacts, she is sitting on energy recharge as well with 18% attack and 20% recharge. And she's sitting at just below 2,000 attack with this build right now. Mark, yeah, I do think rolling on the weapon banner can be worth it, but you also run the risk of... It's one of those high risk, high reward things. I don't know... it's one of those things where it's hard to sit there and be like, yes, do this, yes, do that. If you're free to play, I think it might be a little unrewarding to roll on the weapon banners. I really do. And if you are willing to put money into the game, then yeah, you can probably roll on the weapon banners. But if you are struggling for character depth and you're free to play, I wouldn't recommend it. The manga is kind of weird. Game canon says that Vanessa led a revolution against the rich, but the manga is weird because Venti stepped in and warned the aristocracy not to trample freedom. So actually, the manga actually is canon, and basically it's just that situation is just painted a little differently because Venti chose to have himself kind of painted out of it. He and Vanessa are friends, but he likes to downplay, as the Archon of Wind, he likes to downplay his involvement in things and then, you know, tell alternate stories of how things actually went down. He's kind of, you know, the god of Animo, but also a trickster at the same time. He's got a very interesting situation there. What 4-star weapon do I suggest on Klee? So I would suggest any of the go-to attack weapons. So basically, Solar Pearl, Royal Grimoire, the Wind Sith. Eye of Perception can be good, but you're gonna be struggling to get crit rate and crit damage if you're using that, or at least crit rate if you're using that. You're gonna have to make a decision usually in the early game. At the late game, I suspect that might be better. Then you also have Lost Spread of the Sacred Winds, which is really good. And you also have Skyward Atlas is very good as well. I'm currently working on leveling up Skyward Atlas, but I'm struggling for weapon materials, so it's happening a little bit slow. You guys can expect me to be doing some tests and unveiling what I find from that once I get it leveled up as well. I got to get it caught up to everything else. And I know I've been doing a lot of videos on mage content, but that's just because I've been focusing so much of my resources into like enhancing yet another mage weapon. Like every time I get another mage weapon, I'm doing tests with it, and then I get another one, I'm doing tests with that. I get another one, I'm doing tests with that. So it's made it a little bit difficult for me to extend a lot of variety and testing for other weapon types and other character types, but hopefully you guys are, you know, enjoying the mage content at the very least. At some point in time, I will get into doing more in-depth tests for other character types, but for now, this is kind of where my focus just has to be, and I'm sure I don't have to explain the limitations behind the resonance system and all that result in this. You're about to hit your pity roll with Diluc Banner. Nice. Yeah, you really can't go wrong, Corrupted Gods, by doing it. It's pity roll, right? So the Diluc Banner is general. It's always going to be there. It's not going to change. So, you know, like if you use that roll on another banner, it's not going to, that pity doesn't transfer. It's connected just to that banner. So you really don't have anything to lose by doing it. The only thing that could possibly happen is that you'll get a weapon, obviously, instead of a character as a possibility. You were just thinking about Venti after he lost his gnosis. Is he a weaker god, or is he not a god anymore? So he explains, Zahir, after he has had his gnosis stolen from him, he does explain that the gnosis, he uses a specific word, and I can't remember what it was right now, but he basically goes on to explain that the gnosis is what makes the gods who they are. So basically it's the difference between a vision wielder and a archon. And so I suspect now, in the absence of his gnosis, that he actually technically is no longer a god, and I think we're going to see some future complications from that until his gnosis is returned to him. Oh nice, I'm going to have enough for a boss here soon. Swalvik, do you think it's likely that Child joins Team Traveler after destroying his Electro Delusion? Like maybe delusions act sort of like Sauron's ring, corrupting you over time. I think that's an interesting thought. I think that absolutely could be something that could happen in the future. There could also be some kind of a situation where, you know, other harbingers step in or step on his toes and he doesn't like it, or they do something that he's not in agreement with. But I mean, so we did see in the 1.1 teaser that, you know, he goes head to head with the Traveler directly, and it does kind of seem like he's playing for keeps. You know, it doesn't seem like he's going to go easy on him. So you know that every open world RPG needs romance options. Just tossing out there. You know, I don't know if we will really see, I think it could be possible that we'll see that kind of stuff happening between some of the NPCs, but I don't know if we'll ever see that with the Traveler. We could see it with the sibling, but maybe not. I don't know. I've got an interesting thought about the relationship between Dainsleif and Lumine. However, that whole situation doesn't really work if you are playing Lumine instead of Aether. So, yeah, they have to kind of weave the story to work no matter which one you pick. So, unless, of course, whatever one you pick also changes the... No, I mean, I guess they don't really have to change that. I don't know. They could really do whatever they want with that, I suppose, depending on how you look at it. And they could go with the progressive options. So, I don't know. They could still do it. They could still make it work if they really wanted to. All right, let's say most of us are not invested in our MC. Beer Senpai, I do think that in time, they're going to make the Traveler a more attractive option. I think once we start seeing things like the Electro Traveler and stuff, I think that they're going to make it a lot harder for us to not include him in our party. Really enjoy my content. You also made Mona and Klee. You get a lot of information from me. Yeah, you're welcome. I appreciate you saying it, Robert. Thank you. How important is Elemental Mastery for Klee? So it's only important for Klee if you're building her as a support character to support other characters. So basically the only time you really want to invest in Elemental Mastery is if you are just using that character for reactions. And there's exceptions to that, right? So Vaporize will increase its scaling from attack and from Elemental Mastery. So instead of it being, focused just on Elemental Mastery, so if you go into the effects, you can see here that, Overload, Superconduct, Electrocharged, Shattered Swirl are all going up by 14.8% on the Elemental Mastery that I have is only 32 on my Mona. And Vaporize and Melt are increased by 6.2, so it's roughly half the scaling of the other reactions. So the other half for Vaporize and Melt comes from attack. So you can actually, build characters like Mona and Klee to utilize those Vaporize and Melt reactions by just building them heavy attack and then swapping back and forth between them like you see me doing here. Oh, where'd he go? Come here. Which 5-star do you think is the best? Beam, I'm really partial to Mona. I think that she's probably one of the most rounded characters from a gameplay standpoint. She has a lot of damage output. She is really squishy, but she makes up for it with a lot of agility. She has lures, so her kit is it's super rounded. She makes up. She has great utility, great damage, great mobility. Like she's almost like the jack of all trades characters. There's almost nothing she can't do. Oh, where'd he go? There he is. And now. That didn't crit. Unfortunate. That did. You know what? Fine. Yeah, you can just go over there. Mona's personality is great. Considering the way they've built this character, her personality, I think, ended up shining through a lot more interestingly than I think a lot of people expected. And it was really great. Like, I really appreciate the way that they've written her personality, and really the personalities of pretty much every character in the game. You can tell that they don't just write a character, scene by scene. Like, they take a lot of time to really decide what would this character do in this situation, and really decide who these characters are at a very core level. And I really appreciate that kind of writing. Child E-skill are changed stance to melee. Do you think the stringless bow can proc Child's E-skill? Yeah, I think so, because he's not actually, a melee character. His weapon, even when you change his stance, is still the stringless. So I don't suspect that it will deactivate the weapon bonuses or anything like that. What am I running on Mona? I'm running attack, critical rate, crit damage, and recharge as my primary go-tos. I think at some point in the near future, I do think it's worth noting that I did some math and determined that at roughly 175% recharge rate, you are now producing as much, if not slightly more, elemental, or rather hydro damage bonus than actually just having a hydro bonus goblet. But you cannot get energy recharge, so far as I know, on a goblet. So the only way to actually step around that would be to put it on your timepiece. So I have to do some testing with that in the near future to find out if this is one of those situations where it's emergent gameplay. If you put a energy recharge timepiece at or over, on your timepiece instead of an attack piece, whether or not it will actually produce more damage or not. I suspect that it will, but until I've had the opportunity to test it, I don't know for sure. I do already have one. I've actually got 1 or 2 energy recharge pieces in here that I can do, or that I can use to test this with. I just haven't had the opportunity or the materials to really level them up and put it to use yet, because my timepiece is the one piece that's not bound to my set bonuses. So it is, fortunately for me, going to be very easy for me to just level one of these up and test that difference. I just haven't had the opportunity yet because of a lack of resources. Dust, fellow man of culture, Mona best waifu. Thanks, Dust. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it, Punit. Thank you. What is that Mona build? Goddamn, yeah. She definitely puts out a lot of damage. I've worked pretty hard to kind of make her a standout on my team, but Klee very surprisingly ended up being a much better synergy to Mona than I expected. And, she pretty much took my Venti's role. I haven't really been using Venti much since I got Klee, because the two of them work together so well. This guy and his shield. Let's see. You saw Jean once do 100k damage. That would be interesting to see. I do think that that's probably very possible. Try proccing Pyro Element before the Mona burst for more damage. So if you're talking about Mona's Elemental Burst, if you put Pyro Elemental on the enemy beforehand, then all that happens is you trigger a Vaporize with the Elemental Burst and you don't get any damage. It creates a weird situation wherein, you cannot use Mona to actually... You have to do it the other way around. Do you think Klee and Jean +2 is good for endgame Abyss? If so, which other +2 would you put in? I think that Klee and Jean are really good for the Abyss. I think they're some of the best characters for the Abyss, honestly. I think Mr. Leo King, you couldn't go wrong with using them in the late game Abyss. You have so many characters. You can put Venti on the sideline, and you don't even have Venti. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of in that same situation where I've got a lot of characters right now, and I'm trying to decide the priority from which to start building them. There are a few characters that I'd really like to get that I don't have yet. That's kind of driving me crazy. I've been trying to get Kuching for a while, and it still hasn't happened. It will eventually, but I don't know. I can't really focus on it. I want to make sure that I get Zhongli in the future, and I'm trying to play my cards carefully here. So, how do I think Deona kit is going to work with other teams? I think that her kit could be very interesting. So now that we know that she has a shield, and as a cryo archer, you can set that cryo reaction from a distance. I think that you're going to get a lot of really interesting opportunities with Deona when it's raining, because you'll be able to freeze enemies from really far away, and that'll be really, really nice. I don't actually want to fight this, and I don't have enough resin to fight him anyways, so whatever. Am I looking to get any particular character now, either one that's available right now or 1.1? Mark, I'm right now, if I could get any characters from the current roster that I don't have, it would be Keqing. I'd really like to get her, but as far as 1.1, I'm definitely most interested in Zhongli. I think that he's definitely going to redefine kind of everybody's expectation on Geo characters as a whole, and I think that that's going to be really, really nice.
Fate is upon you.
Did not exactly work the way I wanted it to. Who was shooting me in the back? Was somebody shooting me in the back? Oh, this guy. Okay. Alright, we'll just go ahead and break this guy's shield real quick. He's standing in the water, so I'm not going to be able to proc my normal reaction, but that's fine. I can just bomb him. Is this game good? Archers, yes. I have definitely developed a lot of passion for this game on a personal level, but I think from a combative standpoint, this game is really, really, really good at doing what they set out to do, which is create just a very smooth open world combative experience. Like, there is not a sign of clunkiness or unfortunate interactions. Like, it's all good. It's just really, this game ended up being way better than it had any business being, I think. Thank for all the information. Do you think Xingqiu could be good with Klee? I think that he could be good with Klee. I think that there are some certain interactions that might be better than others for him, but I do think that as you could use him to produce vaporize interactions with Klee, yeah, I do think that you can get a lot of value from a Xingqiu with Klee. What do I think of Keqing with Mona? From experience, Keqing and Mona are a really potent combo, and it's one of those situations where Keqing can be used to fill the gaps that Mona has. So, like, if you're against certain enemies where Mona's not really ideal, you can just swap to Keqing and destroy them really fast. It's very, very, very nice. How many more rolls do you get to Luke? One. Hopefully, one. I'm gonna put that in the air. Since Klee is out on the field for so long most of the time, is Elemental Mastery good for her? No. I wouldn't recommend using Elemental Mastery on any character that you're using as a primary DPS, because you're not really getting very good return for it. Remember that Elemental Mastery only provides you benefit if you use if you use the character to generate a reaction, and if they're on the field for a long period of time, they're not really your primary reaction generator at that point, so you're going to be underutilizing their potential by doing that. Are you, Freak Phase, if you had a question that I've overlooked a few times, I'm sorry, hang on. Do I think MC's abilities are useful later on in the game? You don't know if you should focus on them or not. Honest to goodness, I think that Geo MC is kind of lackluster. I don't really find it to be all that useful. However, I do find that Animo Traveler is among some of the better options in the game as support. So you can set him up Elemental Mastery and just push out all kinds of crazy damage from the Animo Traveler, and it will definitely be worthwhile to do so. Hang on, I'll go back to answering questions here in just a second. Oh, that wasn't nice.
Written in the stars.
1, 2, 3. Oh, that one drowned himself. That was special. Okay, well, I'm not letting him get his shield back. That's not okay. Oh, come on. Stop it. Ah, the backswing. You know what, I'm just gonna spam this guy off. Alright, let's go knock out this guy real quick. Can elemental attack crit? I I don't know if what you mean by elemental attack, but if you're talking about like reactions, vaporize, melt, they definitely can crit. I don't know who was just trying to send me an invite. So Geo MC can be strong, but I don't know. I find it terribly uninteresting, and I think that it's kind of less capable than Animo Traveler. I really do. And from my own damage tests that I've done, they just like the Animo Traveler definitely outshines Geo MC. You have Mona, Official, and Venti. You don't know what to fill in for your fourth. You have Chang, Jiangling, Lisa, Sucrose, Kaya, Barbara, Amber Bennett, Noelle, Xingqiu. Who do you think will be a perfect fourth? So right now I would say the thing that you're lacking on your team is healing. So I would put in probably Barbara, more than likely, unless you can pick up a different healer. So like within that combination of characters, yeah, if you could go for Barbara, you'd be in good shape. Or if you pick up Chi-Chi or Jean or Diona when she comes out, they're all good healing options. Even Bennett provides heals. I do think you said you had a fire character, don't you? No, you don't have a fire character. Never mind. Add Ice to your team. Yeah, I think that Ice would be probably one of the better options, and I think that if you're using... I think you did say you were using Mona. Chongyun is not a great synergy for Mona. He's not, because Mona can't trigger his ice field from normals, so you have to be on a melee character in order to generate those, and as a result you end up struggling to actually get benefit from his ice field. So Kaya actually does that job better when you're using Mona. But characters like Diona may offer interesting cryo opportunities when she comes out, so that could be something to look at. You think Geo as a whole is kind of underwhelming personally. You just love Animo because you like seeing all the swirl reactions. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand why people think that way about Geo. I do think that characters like Ningguang are exceptions to the rule. She's actually a very effective Geo, and I think that Zhongli is going to be a very potent exception to the rule there as well. So Jonathan Kennedy, yeah, I think like freezing is really nice when you are using Mona, but the problem is generating it frequently when you're using a Mona, because you know right now the depth in Pyro characters, or not Pyro, but Cryo characters isn't very good. Oh, okay, just a 50k crit, nothing special. Do I think it is worth to grind for artifacts at AR40, or is it best to wait until AR45? So if you're struggling to make progress in the game at AR40 because you have a lack of depth in your artifacts, farm some. Like, you're only gonna set yourself up for failure if you're struggling to make progress because you're trying to, I don't want to say arbitrarily, but if you're trying to be efficient and wait till 45. So I did that myself. I did end up farming a lot of artifacts at AR40 so I could fill out my team a little better, but I am now kind of back on the save and am waiting until 45 to farm any more. So, but yeah, I definitely hit that point where it seemed like I was kind of not getting great artifacts for Mona, especially. That was my biggest problem, was that I wasn't picking up any artifacts that were really benefiting my Mona at all, and she's my primary DPS. And so I started farming artifacts, and lo and behold, I actually kept getting artifacts that were really good for her. And I don't want to say she's sitting on a perfect build right now, but she's sitting on a really good one. And it has definitely made my my experience in the AR40 plus range a lot smoother as a result. How far away from 44 am I? I think I'm a little bit past the halfway mark, Zach. Yeah, let me double check. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm at like almost, like probably like 65-ish% maybe. An easy 4-star team that you use is Animo MC, Fischl Noelle, and Jiangling. Yeah, I think that that's a fairly effective team. Noelle is actually one of the better Geo choices as well. She's a great healer. She can knock enemies down frequently, which is always nice. Try Pyro, Mona Burst, Pop, and Mona Burst, Pyro Pop, and see the damage differences. Yeah, that's basically kind of what I do. Is I usually set Pyro reactions with Klee and then pop back to Mona to set them off. Let's go ahead and pop this ult, just see if I can get these shields down, or get the shield down on this Hydro one really quick. Nope, I don't think I'm letting you do that there, bud. Oh, I need to go kill that one before he gets that shield back up. That's gonna be bad. No! I am struggling right now. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. All of them are gonna get this. This has gone really badly. Oh my god. This has been a very bad interaction. This could not have gone a whole lot worse. Alright, let's just heal up a little bit. I got greedy and tried to de-shield them all at the same time and paid for it. I'll just throw him back over there. Let's finish de-shielding this guy. Oh, he didn't actually get the the pyro reaction the way I was trying to. It didn't matter, he died fast anyways, but alright. Let's see. Mona plus Ayaka, Jean, and Kuching, perhaps. I do think that that could be a pretty potent team as well. It might be... Yeah, no, I think that'll be a good team. I really don't. I think that Ayaka will probably be one of the more potent Hydro Cryo reaction teams for sure. What is my opinion on Sucrose versus Ningguang as DPS, assuming they both have full constellations? Oh, wow. I'm gonna guess that you might have full constellations on both of these characters. If so, congrats. That's probably something not a lot of people have. Especially since Ningguang hasn't had any rate ups or anything yet. Some people are saying that she might end up being the rate up with Zhongli, which might make that possibility a little bit easier. I think if you're going for lead DPS, I think Ningguang will suit that role better. I think that Sucrose can be a potent DPS, but I think that she is better as a support character, and I think that it's somewhat underutilizing her kit to build her as a primary DPS. Gladiators for Noelle, Javier. I think that Gladiators on Noelle is going to be much more effective. Make sure all the pieces have defense, or at least the vast majority of them, and you're going to definitely get better results from her that way. Monster Master, welcome. Hi. Farm at 40, 45, orange drops are really low at 40 since update 45 less though. Yeah, some people are saying that, yeah, you're going to see a lot more 5 stars if you do them at 45, but I don't know. Like I said, I think mostly that the most compelling reason to farm at 40 to some degree would be just if you're struggling to make production at AR 40 and it's making your experience bad. Don't put yourself through that. Just, do some farming. Maybe don't use everything you have, but use some of it and go ahead and progress forward so that you're not having such a painful time. At the end of the day, like efficiency is great and all, making the best of your late game experience is great and all, but if your mid game experience is like pulling teeth, you may not even ever reach end game because you may get, you know, discouraged on the way there. And that would be a shame because this game's going to have a lot to offer in terms of story depth and gameplay mechanics and all that as we get further through it. And, you know, discouraging yourself because you made things more painful than maybe it was possible for you to progress through may not be a great idea. I know for me on a personal level, I can get frustrated with stuff like that, and sometimes I just gotta, you know, fix what's broken. Oh, come on. Oh, I did not mean to do that. That's super cool. And by that I mean not at all. Okay, well, he stopped rolling at least. Alright, stop with the spinning. Kuching Mona's Xiangling Barbara, is it any good? I haven't tried out Xiangling and Barbara together with Mona and Kuching. I think that it has potential to be good. I personally am not a big fan of the Hydro Resonance reaction, though. I think that having two Hydros in the team just doesn't really work. It gives you more healing, which is nice, I guess, but Barbara's already a really good healer. To me, if your Barbara's already capable of full healing your team, then having a Hydro Resonance isn't really doing anything for you, if that makes sense. That's just how I feel about it, though. That's just kind of a, you know, like a gut thing, a personal feeling on that. Biggest pet peeve in the game, enemies walking back to the spawn to refill their health when they get too far from their area. I rarely encounter that issue, but I have encountered it where, you know, I see them walking off and I definitely am, you know, then chasing that enemy really hard to make sure I kill them before they reach that point and get their full health. It's definitely something that I've encountered. What set is good for Kuching? You can build Kuching the same way you build a primary DPS mage. So you can go high, you know, 2-to-1 crit damage to crit ratio, high attack, and also electro bonus damage for your goblet, and you're going to get good returns from that. You can also go 4-piece gladiator set and give her better physical damage, but at that point you enter into this weird dance of your physical non-charged hits are doing more damage than her charged abilities. So unless you have a Hydro bonus goblet, her standard physical non-charged hits are going to do better, and every time you charge her sword with her E ability, you're actually going to hit less hard. So it's kind of like you're trying to make her do two things, and she's not going to do either of them as good as she could be, if that makes sense. You know, what is it? Jack of all trades but master of none, that kind of situation. What weapon and artifact primary stats should you have on support Mona? Energy recharge and elemental mastery if you're building a support Mona. 1.1 new world boss looks pretty neat. Yeah, I agree. That's Tartaglia, I think is how they're saying his name in that form. And yeah, it does. He does seem really interesting. I agree. Can you see how Beidou's ult reacts to Mona's autos? Yeah, actually, I'm going to be doing that here probably in just a couple of minutes, because this area is going to pretty much require me to do that if I can get it charged up, which I probably will. I expect I'll have it charged pretty quick, because I usually have to lean on Beidou pretty hard in this beginning section of this. Actually, I should probably set myself up for success here. What do I recommend on Beidou? I have my Beidou built as a secondary DPS situation as well. I do think that it's her best role scenario. 4-piece gladiator set is really good on Beidou. She's not a great generator of consistent reactions, so you can really lean into her physical damage and get good return from it. This might hurt. Oh, no, that wasn't bad. Oh, gonna need to get a little distance on that. Almost there. These guys are just kind of awkwardly standing here a lot right now. Oh, might not be able to dodge this one. No, I'll be fine. Oh, those two just leashed. That's crap. They don't usually leash at this distance. So there's that problem that you were just talking about. Yeah, that doesn't usually happen to me at this point. It was just a little slow on that one. Well, I got my beta ult charge now at least, so that'll be handy when I re-engage them all. Let's see. Wait, so you can use the character... Wait, so you can... I'm trying to make sense of this. Hang on, even if you're not fighting a powerful boss. I'm not sure if I understand the question, Freak. Thought you had to hold on to them for emergencies. Are you talking about your elemental bursts? I mean, you can, like, if you build your characters right, you'll regenerate your elemental bursts enough to use them when you need them, not just for emergency situations, if that's what you were talking about. Let's see. Don't level up every character. Start with your main, then your second and third. Swap. Yeah, don't overinvest in too many characters early on. You're definitely going to stretch yourself too thin and not have materials to level up characters. That can definitely be a problem. That's a real common pitfall for early game. Well, I sure would like to not be right there. Okay, there we go. Alright, so there's the Beidou Mona ultimate reaction that you were asking to see. It's very potent. It's probably one of the best combinations of ultimate / autos that you can have in the game right now, I think. Mona definitely, I think, makes the best use of Beidou's elemental burst. I think kind of without comparison, really. And in fact, there's two reasons why I have Beidou still on my team, and that's one of them. And just give it a second here. I might miss this one. Well, it still did 30k damage, so whatever. It's fine. He would have to start his wind up right as I put the burst on him. Just made it harder for me to utilize it the way I wanted to. Okay, I might have missed a few questions in there. Is my Mona using Winsith? No, she's using Royal Grimoire. Recently discovered Genshin Impact and find it crazy fun. You hope this game will be relevant for a while. I suspect that it will be, Marcel. I think it'll stick around for a while. What weapon do I use on Klee? I'm currently using Solar Pearl on Klee. You just started playing Genshin last week. Well, welcome. Tip for Noelle builds: use Favonius Greatsword and Energy Recharge on 5th Artifact. Almost 100% uptime on her Q without C6. Yeah, Energy Recharge is pretty pivotal, I think, to getting the most out of Noelle. I think actually that is something I might have going on with her. I think I have Sacrificial for Energy Recharge on her right now. I'm still working on getting her caught up. You know, it's obviously one of those things where it's kind of hard to level a lot of characters at the same time, and that's what we were just talking about not doing. But I'm still trying to get mine set up because I got lucky enough to pull all of her constellations when I was trying to get Klee. It only took me 50 rolls to get Klee. I got her pretty quick, but somehow I kept getting Noelle along the way, which was really surprising and welcome. So definitely couldn't complain about that. Okay, proc Pyro before and after Mona's burst to deal double damage. Yeah, you have to like sandwich it or something. It's weird. It's something that I've been playing with a lot this week, and I've been trying to set it for consistency, and it's kind of weird to get maximum efficiency out of it. One thing I'm definitely excited to do though is I want to get a good second Pyro character. So that I can get the Pyro resonance going with this team comp. So I'll probably, if I can get Xinyan in 1.1, she'll probably bump my Beidou so that I get the Pyro reaction or the Pyro resonance and get that 25% damage bump. That'll be really nice. How long did it take to reach companionship level 6 with my characters? I would say about 3 weeks, I think, is about how long it took for me to get that on most of them. Jean's getting close to 8. Beidou's 7.5. Klee is at almost 4. She's getting there. You really hope MiHoYo stops doing focused banner of character. They're only possible to get in those banners, at least 1 or 2 banners, so that you can stop grinding to get 5-star from them. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like this is probably the way it's gonna be.
Must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world.
Is it worth building Barbara for late game healer? Yeah, Barbara is one of those characters that's really hard to go wrong with. She's a really, really strong heal producer. And I don't really think that you're ever going to regret making her your primary healer, but there are characters on a personal level that I think you can get a more rounded experience from, like Jean, for instance, will definitely give you more than just heals. Let me get rid of that status, there we go. Marcel, you're mostly a Minecraft YouTuber with 50k plus subs, and you tried this out game in a stream after your community recommended it. The gameplay feels nice. Yeah, it's really, really smooth, Marcel. It's definitely a game that I think surprised a lot of people in terms of the effectiveness of its combat and how smooth it feels. You have Mona equipped with sacrificial garments at 70. She's support, and you're not sure if you've done the right choice. Your main DPS is Fischl. I do get elemental reaction without Mona on the field. Yeah, honest to goodness, Luneal, Bewa, I would swap the two of those characters. I would put your Fischl as your support and your Mona as your primary DPS. One of the main reasons why I say that is if that is your combination, you will still get really good damage returns from your Fischl by not having her on the field, especially once you get C6 on a Fischl, or if you get C6 on your Fischl. And meanwhile, that allows you to be on Mona, who is a slightly faster attacker, which means you'll produce more normal attack damage overall. And her charged attack can be thrown out for big damage busts really fast. And then you also get the benefit of Mona's added agility and lures more frequently because she's on the field more often. So you're going to have better agility in most of your interactions. You just got your third 5-star item. It's a weapon again. Yeah. Here's the thing. I mean, if you got weapons that, you know, maybe you weren't counting on happening, or you weren't counting on happening, or you don't have a use for now, you could still in the future. Well, I understand, like, in the short term, it can be frustrating to pick up a weapon that you're not going to make use of right away. It'll pay off for you later. It's raining. I'm not going to be able to get the best return for this. It's alright, I'll just bust him with Beidou really quick then. Get his health just a little bit lower so I get this Wolf's Gravestone bonus. There we go. Yeah, that worked out well enough. I'll take that. Like a 31k crit on the ult with another like 7 or 8k on top. Yeah, I'll take that. The detail in this game is godly, and it's free. Low graphics in this game are apparently low-level graphics. I haven't actually tuned the game down to low graphics, so I'm not sure how that even looks. Gamer Kid, should you build Razor? I think Razor is a character that can produce really good returns, especially if you're building him with energy recharge, which will allow him to keep his elemental burst up a lot more frequently. That's really where most of his damage comes from. So if you can get him to function, with that elemental burst a lot, he can actually be a really potent primary DPS even. I think that in a lot of ways, Razor might be better at the Electro Greatsword role than Beidou, but I think that there's certain team compositions that just perform better with Beidou as opposed to Razor. So if you're looking at trying to, I don't know if Beidou is as good a lead DPS as Razor is, though. I think that Razor is a better choice in that situation. Beidou, you basically would be building her as a physical-oriented one because her reactions aren't that great. Or at least when she's not using her elemental burst, and you're never going to charge her elemental burst as fast as a Razor will. You hope they stay away from too many microtransactions and find other ways to earn, like DLCs maybe, or super cheap subscription. I mean, they basically already have a super cheap subscription. I think that the character banners are a pretty standard model for games of this type, and we probably expect to see this format continue. Okay, these guys are so annoying. Just get a little distance on him real quick. Yeah, that's better. You got Klee, should you build her? Samir, yes. Klee is a really, really good character. I know that there were a lot of YouTubers and people on Reddit and stuff saying that she wasn't very good or they were disappointed in Klee, but I suspect they were just not building her right, or they were maybe put off by the fact that she's a lowly or whatever, so maybe they were just, going to be biased against her from the start. But she's actually a really good damage producer. I wasn't terribly interested in Klee, but I wanted to see what could be done with the character, and she completely stole my 4th spot from Venti after I really got a better feel for what she would be capable of. If you build your Klee effectively, she will not disappoint you. What's the best artifacts for your primary DPS Klee? So again, this is going to be... I actually have a video where I talk about that in depth on my channel. It's my main DPS Mona build guide video. I can tell you I'll kind of shorten it for you, but I do recommend you check it out because I go into pretty good depth as far as that is concerned. But basically what I'm doing is, or what I would recommend you do, is build her as a primary DPS. So you're going to have a 2-to-1 crit damage to crit rate ratio as your primary focus, with attack on as many of your other items as you can. So if you go with an item such as Royal Grimoire, which I do recommend, you get this great opportunity where its base stat is attack percent. It has a naturally high base attack anyways, and a refinement bonus, or a main weapon skill that increases your crit on a flexible scale. So you're going to end up with really high crit rate on a flex scale, which is still pretty effective. And then if you can get your crit rate built out and your damage built out at the same time, you're going to end up with a character that produces a lot of hard hits frequently. I'm going to be posting up the thumbnail for my next video in about 5 minutes, guys. So, yeah, you can look forward to that here in a few minutes. I won't answer too many questions about it because I don't want to get into the content of that video before I actually release it. I think for obvious reasons, but I'm pretty excited to get it out to you guys. I'm hoping to have it out early to mid next week. But these are one of those things where I don't like to rush the content so that it comes across better. So if it comes down to the decision of quantity versus quality, I'm going to lean on quality every time. You want Mona? Yeah, she's a great character, Eliel. I think if you do get her, definitely 10 out of 10 would recommend building. What about support DPS Mona? Is Favonius Codex better than Mappa Mare? Honest to goodness, I think if I were building Mona as a DPS support, I would put her on Mappa Mare. Honestly, I really would. But I think that there's a couple of different ways that you could actually implement a support build and still result in good numbers. I don't really necessarily think there's just any one way to build a character. You can produce the same results with different weapons in different situations. It's, for the same reason in my Mona build guide video, I put up 4 recommended weapons. There's actually 6, but I didn't put any of the 5-star weapons as recommendations just because they're kind of unrealistic to build your expectations upon, because there's no real guarantee you'll ever see a 5-star weapon. And it's, so like chances are already kind of low of getting a specific 5-star character that you want. It's even lower that you're going to get that 5-star character and a 5-star weapon to put on it. So unless, of course, you're investing into the game on a relatively frequent, frequency. That was a terrible sentence, sorry. But yeah, unless you're, investing regularly, it's a little bit hard to guarantee both of those things. So it's one of those trade-offs. But yeah, you can definitely produce good results in different ways on a character, or produce the same or roughly the same results by, building a character to utilize the same stats but from different aspects. So for instance, using the Wind Sith versus the Solar Pearl. The Solar Pearl is, going to have crit damage or crit rate as its main stat, whereas the Wind Sith is going to have crit damage as its primary stat. They both have skills that add extra damage or a percent of extra damage whenever they proc, although the Wind Sith's is actually like a rotating bonus that's a little bit less reliable, I think. I think if I had to choose between the two, I would go Solar Pearl over the Wind Sith, just for that reliability of the Solar Pearl always producing the same bonus. The only problem about the Solar Pearl is that it rotates back and forth. So you have to use a skill to get the 20% from the main attack, and you have to use a main attack to get the 20% from the skill, but as soon as you've used it, it's gone, and now you're triggering it, and you have to swap back and forth, and cooldowns can often produce a situation where you're constantly having to go back and forth, but you can't because of the cooldown, so you can get stuck. A team with no support works outside of Dungeons and Abyss. Yeah, that's very true. You can absolutely make a good team with no support outside of the Dungeons and Abyss, but then as soon as you get in there, the team runs flat. I kind of run into that problem a little bit with the team I have here. So like whenever I go into the Spiral Abyss, I definitely have to swap my team up a bit. This team isn't real heavy. Mona, Jean, Beidou, and Klee isn't real heavy on support. I mean, it's, I've got healing covered by Jean, but I don't have a lot of elemental mastery. So my reactions outside of just the reaction, like the vaporize reaction between Mona and Klee, is pretty much the one I lean on the most here, with Beidou, showing up to produce elemental bursts for me from time to time. Black Sword versus Black Cliff for Kuching. Kevin, remind me what the bonus is on Black Cliff off the top of my head. I'm going to go ahead and say that probably Black Sword off the top of my head, because I know that weapon, and I've seen that weapon do some crazy things. But remind me what the bonus is on the Black Cliff. All right, I am going to post the thumbnail for my next video right now, so you guys can pop over to, if you haven't already joined my Discord, I recommend that you do so. I can put a link to the Discord here in the chat in just a moment if you haven't joined the community yet. Yeah, if you already are there, you can expect that on my announcements channel in about 30 seconds. All right, and I'm gonna put up that invite to the server right now. So yeah, like I said, if you haven't already joined, all you got to do is just follow the link, and then select a role, and you're good to go. There's not a whole lot of rules on the server, so make sure you familiarize yourself with the 4 that are there. And it's pretty much just a chill community for everybody to you know, hang out and enjoy, talk about Genshin. And here comes that link. My thoughts on Black Cliff Catalyst on Klee. Again, the Black Cliff set is one I'm not super familiar with. You'd have to remind me what the bonuses are on that one. If you're using Klee as your main DPS, do you think it's better to have Jean or Barbara as your healer? On a personal level, I think that Jean is just a better healer. She provides you more opportunity to do DPS when you need her, so she's more flexible, but also still has that same oh crap button that Barbara has, and I think in a lot of ways it's even more effective than the one that Barbara has. But also, you know, Jean still heals on her normal attacks without actually having to wait on a cooldown for her E, so I think she's just a better rounded healer. What is the election everyone's talking about? You're American, so you don't understand. I do you really not know? I don't know what to say to that. You've spent money on Overwatch and a lot of mobile games, so yeah. Fashion definitely sells in games. Yeah, it absolutely does. It's definitely something that sells big time in games these days. Thanks for the stream. You enjoy listening to Chill Voice while doing homework. Hey, I appreciate you you coming in to listen. Thank you. Does anyone have 5-star account that they don't want? Oof. Will the 5-star Catalyst be better than the Royal Grimoire because of the higher base attack? So, WTF, Saurus, I think it's probable that Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds could be usable in place of the Royal Grimoire pretty easily, and probably outproduce it. I have this interesting, like, I'm going to be doing a test actually specifically on that in the near future. I got Skyward Atlas this week and I'm working on leveling it up, but I just don't have a lot of materials to actually get it there right now. Otherwise I would have already done it. But once I get it fully leveled up, I'm gonna do some tests as to whether or not Skyward Atlas will outperform the Royal Grimoire in my current build. And as soon as I know for sure, I'll let you guys all know for sure. Yeah, test subject. I think that that's a fairly reasonable and accurate assessment. Saber alternate outfit for Jean. Yeah, I don't know about that. They, unless they want to get sued. Kind of peeved that they removed Klee's little march walk scene in the beta. Yeah, did they? I don't know if I ever actually really paid. Yeah, I don't know. I think she still kind of marches a little bit. I guess it seems a little less pronounced, maybe a little bit floatier. What's the bonus of the Wolf's Gravestone? The bonus of the Wolf's Gravestone, I think, is probably one of the more potent weapon bonuses in the game. It increases attack by 30% on hits, and then also increases the attack by 60% for 12 seconds anytime you strike an enemy when it has 30% or less health. It persists when you move to your other characters, so this is one of those situations where, especially utilizing a team with Klee and Mona at the same time, if you can get that 30% proc buff and then set the Vaporize and pop it with Mona, you're going to do that much more damage, and I've produced some pretty crazy numbers with that. Especially in places like the Spiral Abyss. I'm really excited to get a character like Xinyan with that weapon and see how she will, because she'll add, you know, keeping Klee in my team, I'll have the Pyro Resonance and then also be able to get the Wolf's Gravestone bonus on top. So I think that it'll be one of those situations where I'll be able to produce way more damage than I'm already producing now, and it'll be really nice. God, my mouse is killing me tonight. I kept trying to get charge damage and it just would not let me do it. Can't wait for my new mouse to get here. This thing is killing me. You recently got Amos bow. Do you think it'll be good for Child? From what I do know about Child, yeah, I think that it would probably be good on him. I think that Child's going to be a pretty solid main DPS producer. I really do. I think he's going to be one of those characters that you can build the same way as a DPS mage, and it's going to be pretty flexible. Oh, okay. Just nuked me in the back. Oh, okay. He just back kicked me. Oh, okay. That time I got a charged attack when I was trying to do a single. Yeah, my mouse can't even make up its mind. Actually, despite the fact that I'm having troubles with this mouse, if anybody was wondering, it was a really good mouse. I actually would buy it again. Even it's just not. I've had it like 2 years, and it's kind of starting to go on me. Can you just use Solar Pearl on your Mona since you can't get Royal Grimoire? Yes, you absolutely can. Before I got the Royal Grimoire, I was using the Solar Pearl on this same build out. It will still absolutely work. It might be just it only produces less damage in certain aspects. So as far as like normal attack strikes, you're going to get very comparative damage just from, you know, doing your 1, 2, 3 and charged attack, like this kind of rotation. If you're doing this, you're going to still get very similar damage, but the only thing where you're going to lose damage is on the charge portion. The normals, if you're just spamming them and doing dodges like this, it's almost exactly the same. I think over time it produced only about 50 damage less per 10 seconds. But if you're using charges, it does produce about 1,000 less damage per charge. So you can still get really good returns from Solar Pearl, but it will be a little less impactful than the Grimoire. Should make more use of Mona's E. I don't seem to be using. I use it when I need it. I don't like. So one of the issues about using Mona's E, like just whenever you want to, is you don't have it as a dodge when you need it. So I only use it if I need it. Also, when utilizing Klee, if you're trying to set vaporize reactions, if you set them on fire and then they just walk into Mona's E, it sets it off. You set the vaporize reaction, but it sets it with a weaker one than Mona's charge will. You only get maybe like 4k on the crit from that as opposed to 14 with the charge, so like it's just less impactful as a damage producer than her charge. So I try not to overuse it unless I absolutely need it. So that's why you see me not utilizing it that much. 1, 2, 3. Oh, got that one up there too. Cool. Playing Genshin right now with your friend, you found a badger with a bag. Yeah, you kill those immediately. They have money in them. Sacrificial fragments on Mona, and so her E is more often and not instantly recharged. Yeah, having a different build where, you know, you're not kind of focusing on the E attack so much is, you know, kind of not what I'm focused on. Oh, he's standing in the water. I don't think I'm going to actually be able to get this one to work the way I want, so I'm just going to do that this way. Yeah, that worked out nicely. This friggin' Electro Fatui, guys. Imagine they added a desert snow zone to the game in the future. Oh, you mean a desert and a snow zone? Yeah, they actually are going to be adding both of those. I do believe Snezhnaya is a snowy region, or I think that's what the intent will be. And Sumeru is going to be a desert. Cyber Monkey, yeah, it looks like Royal Grimoire, because the Asia servers are ahead of us. They already got the store reset, and yeah, the Royal Grimoire and the Royal Weapons were not there anymore. So if you guys were on the fence about whether or not you want to get the Royal Grimoire and you are kind of more leaning on it after tonight, you should get it now, if you can. You know, it's definitely a weapon that will work out nicely for you. If you already have the Masterless Star Glitter, I would definitely recommend it. But there are some places where you can look and see what the new weapons already are. There's already, I think, some Reddit posts and stuff talking about that. So I would recommend checking out the bonuses on it. I don't know that I've even gone and checked out what they are myself. So Yeah, but the Royal Grimoire, the Royal weapons are really, really good. And if you were on the fence about getting one, you're pretty much on a short leash now to get it. You know what? Here, you can have that. I'm gonna just go kill this guy. Oh, he's just gonna sit there behind his little rock. Okay. Sumeru is predicted to be Egypt-ish. We might see a bit of lush coast. Yeah, I suspect that we're not going to see it be just like a plain desert. I think gaming has kind of moved beyond the stereotype where the desert is just desert. We can actually see some actual change of scenery within those areas. There is a weird patch of grass floating in the air on my screen. Okay, that's super unusual. Okay, well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that and keep going. Oh, hey, some rocks. Blackcliff is the new set. Okay, so Blackcliff is the ones that are coming out. Okay, that's why I wasn't familiar with them. Attack is increased by 12, 15, 18, 21, 24 for 30 seconds. The effect has a maximum of 3 stacks, and the duration of each stack is independent of the others. So basically, Blackcliff kind of works like the inverse of the... it works kind of like the inverse of the royal weapons. Interesting. We'll see. Omar, thank you. What book, your question is, what book would you put on Ningguang, and what are your thoughts on her in general? Is she worth building? Tier lists say no, help me, you're free to play. If you have Ningguang, you can absolutely get good returns from Ningguang as a damage dealer. One of the great things about Ningguang is that she also functions as a claymore character because Geo busts shields, or at least it busts rock shields and other rock objects, and she's gonna always be really good against Geo characters. So if you're against, you know, like Geo Fatui mages and stuff like that, she's gonna bust them really well. But Geo in general, I don't even think has a weakness right now. Or rather, it's weak to other Geos. So, like, you have, like, this interesting situation where it's high risk, high reward against its own element, but it's also still okay against everything else. I've seen some people who have invested heavily in their Ningguangs to get really good results from her, especially if you have some good constellations on her. But even if you don't, you can build her as a primary DPS doing the same thing I'm doing here, and you will get great returns from her. Don't let other people, you know, who basically 4-star shame kind of talk you out of building a character that actually is quite good. That would be my general advice to you, is if you want to build Ningguang, build her as a primary DPS. Attack 2-to-1 crit damage to crit ratio, get a Geo bonus damage goblet if you can, and pretty much, you know, laugh, because you're going to do a lot of damage with her, especially whenever her elemental burst comes up. Make sure you set her shield first and then pop it. It does way more damage. That is definitely a really good character that people overlook consistently. Hopefully that answered your question, Omar, and thank you again. By the way, where can I find a English dubbed Genshin Impact comic? The English dubbed Genshin Impact manga is on the official website, actually. I want to say, like, if you go to the Genshin Impact website, I'll just do it right now really quick so I can just tell you directly. Let me mute that so I don't have to listen to it. I think it's under, yeah, it's under the Explore tab at the top of the screen on the official website. It says manga. You can just go to that, and there it is right there. Hamim, did I discuss about the new characters behind Fischl and Mona? If you have, please do it again. So actually, no, Hamim, I haven't. But we don't really know a whole lot about that character, right? So even in some of the leaked stuff that's been showing up that, like, I still have really mixed feelings about even talking about. Just because it's not really content MiHoYo doesn't really... they haven't released it, so I don't think they really dig us talking about it a whole lot. We haven't even seen that character, or at least I don't think we've seen that character in any of the leaked character models. So like, I don't really know what to make of it. It definitely, she kind of has the appearance, I think, of maybe a Liyue character. So, I mean, we could be seeing her pop up soon, or maybe she could be related to this Stars event. But I'm surprised she hasn't turned up anywhere yet, because it kind of seems to me like people have been data mining like crazy on the client to find out what other characters are already built into the client that they may be slowly adding, and that character hasn't appeared anywhere. So I don't actually know what to even speculate on as far as what she might be and what we can expect from her. Can I show the water twink build? I am assuming you mean my Mona build. Yeah, it's pretty much what I was just talking about with regards to Ningguang, which is it's built on a 2-piece attack set, 2-piece critical rate set, and then the artifacts themselves are designed to give me a 2-to-1 crit rate to crit damage to crit rate ratio. So basically, I have a flexible crit rate that actually is on average about 62.4%, and a crit damage static at 130% on 1724 damage. And then if you can get a Hydro bonus damage goblet, that's also going to help you enhance your damage overall. You would like a official quest. So that's actually something that's coming, Jonathan. The developers stream that happened yesterday, there was a few little elements that showed us that Fischl's going to be entering the main story, and I think it's probably reasonable to think that we will probably see some side content for her at some point in the future as well. But right now, we do know that she's going to be entering the main story, which I think should be pretty cool because she's such an interesting character. You predict that Oz will have to translate for her all the time. Yeah, I kind of suspect too. What with the Adventurers Guild having, you know, their jokey little official translation guide, I do think that everybody's going to be looking around real confused when she talks sometimes. She does have a very particular way of talking, that's for sure. Alright, let me get out from behind this thing. Yeah, I'll just bomb him in the back. There we go. Alright, now I can actually do what I was trying to do. Oh, okay. I completely hit the wrong button. That was super cool. I'm not really sure what happened to there. I'm not even sure Mona's ult hit him properly. Oh, whatever. Oh, something's shooting me in the back, too. Oh, did he just explode? That was weird. The requests must stop spamming such utter foolishness. What? I'm not really sure what is going on there, but okay. F in the chat for Klee. Yeah. You love my Origin series videos. Thank you, Tomoyo. Thank you. I appreciate it. Those are actually some of the videos that I have the most fun making. I think really the only videos that I enjoy making more are my theory videos. Kind of at the core of me, those are the ones I have the most passion for because they really allow me to dig into the headspace of the characters directly, as opposed to, you know, kind of just exploring the story of the character, which is one of the reasons why when I did the origin story for Fischl, at that time we didn't really have any story as far as how she obtained her vision like we do now. But I took an opportunity to kind of get in her headspace to kind of explore why she might have gotten the specific vision that she did. So it's definitely something that I really appreciate having. Oh, Omar, thank you. But what book to use? Not much seems to apply to her. Also, attack percent better than geo damage set. Love the channel, keep it up. So as far as what book to use, it depends on what you have for starters, but I would say use whatever one is going to help you produce the most damage. So if you have Royal Grimoire, or if you have the resources to get it, I would get that, because that's going to allow you to maintain the highest critical rate possible with the least investment. But if you don't have that, or if you can't get it, then you can go with the Windsith as a good secondary option. And instead of having a crit damage circlet, go with a crit rate circlet to make up for all the extra crit damage that you'll have from the weapon. If you don't have either of those, Eye of Perception is a okay target to have on her. You're going to have a little bit harder time building out both crit rate and crit damage. I would say that that's probably one of the less ideals. If you have Solar Pearl, you can still get really good returns from Ningguang as well. I would say Solar Pearl is kind of the opposite effect of the Windsith. So here you're going to get really high crit rate from the weapon as opposed to crit damage. So at that point, you'll want to use a crit damage circlet to balance it out and still get yourself close to that 2-to-1 ratio. And then if you have 5-star catalysts, then if you have Lost Spread or the Sacred Winds, I think that would be the better one of the two to use. But I do think that the Skyward Atlas will be a really good producer as well. There's definitely an argument to be made for straight attack builds on a character like Ningguang, to where you're not really focused as much on crit rate and crit damage. But I think that you're still going to get a better return overall from the crit rate and crit damage builds, as opposed to just building straight attack and trying to make sure that they're hitting harder all the time. I think this is kind of like one of those ideas of like consistent damage versus burst damage, but I think burst damage is probably always going to be a better producer because the percentages are just higher. Hopefully that answered your question, but be sure to let me know if it's not. You hope the game explains where visions come from. Does it just magically appear to those who are worthy, or do children just poke visions in stores hoping it glows to their touch? Tessa, no, I don't think it's not like a a Jedi crystal type situation where they like it calls to them or anything. It's definitely, from what we know of visions, it's something that appears to the character, either whether they're aware of it or not. It will come to them when it was time. So usually during a defining moment for a character, it comes to them. Like for Sucrose, it came to her while she was doing experimentation, because she was so dedicated to trying to recreate the world that her and her friends had dreamed of living in. She was so dedicated to that goal that the gods shined on her and gave her a way to help her facilitate those goals in a more effective manner. So it appeared to her at that time. With Mona, she actually was given, like, her master actually gave her vision, but it wasn't functional. It wasn't something that she could use. It was just a decoration. And then she stayed really dedicated to her goals as well, and her own hydro vision manifested itself within the housing of the vision that her master gave her. Which is one of those things to note, that like Mona's vision is Mondstadt, right? But she's not from Mondstadt. She's actually from Fontaine. That's because her master's from Mondstadt, and that's why the housing is Mondstadt, not Fontaine. We actually don't even know what the housing design looks like for that region yet. The next characters that will be available in the Star Glitter shop are Bennett and Lisa. Yeah, I did see that. I'm actually glad that Bennett's going to be in the Star Glitter shop. I'm probably going to make sure to get him because I don't have him yet. And I would like to see how he will facilitate my team, as far as like using him to give my team the pyro 25% bonus damage. But I don't think I can really justify using Bennett long term, just because right now I don't really want to take this Wolf's Gravestone off my team, because that bonus is way too useful. I feel like even though I'll have that constant 25% damage bonus, I'll be giving up that potential 60% one to do that, and I just don't know if it's worthwhile to me. Whereas if I can get Xinyan when that character comes out, the 4-star character Xinyan, then I can add her to the team and keep both. And I think that obviously, I'm trading nothing at that point, so I think it'll definitely be a better situation for me. Edison, will Traveler be able to use all elements at the same time later in the game? If you mean without going and swapping at a statue of the 7, I would suspect not. But I do believe that at some point they will be able to go. You'll be able to go to a statue, yes, and swap between all 7 of them at any given time. I suspect that there will be a situation where once we get all 7 of the elements, we will definitely be, you know, there could be like an 8th option where maybe the travelers regain the ability that they had when they matched up against the sustainer early on. That was if you look closely in the opening cutscene, their glow is white, and I think that there's a good possibility that that we could be seeing a different like maybe like, I don't know, like a sacred element or something like that, who knows, but like their own world's magical skill set, because like at the beginning they even had wings. They were very different in the fight against the sustainer. They generated weapons from thin air, much in the same way that characters from Tevat do, but those weapons were very similar looking, and those are just gone now that they're in Tevat. So I suspect that those weapons were part of their magical skill set, kind of comparative to like Noctis in Final Fantasy 15 generating weapons from his ancestors. I kind of feel like Aether and Lumine have a similar situation there, and that ability is just gone for them right now. Appreciate it, Force. Thank you. Is Bennett even worth it? Yeah, Wilmer, I think Bennett's definitely worth it in certain situations. He produces a good heal up to 70%, and I think his constellations actually unlock it to not have a limitation anymore. But when the characters do reach 70% health, it just turns into a static attack buff. So as long as you're standing in the field, and that's gonna be useful no matter what. Like that buff is gonna be really nice. Of course, you're forced to stand in the circle, but the circle isn't exactly what I would call small. Chat predictions on when we'll see an Electro land, like data-wise. Don't expect it until 2021 at least. Yeah, you know, I think I want to say that the leading speculations would place Inazuma around like 1.4 time frame, which I think is looking like it's gonna fall in like God, what would that be, like April time frame? I think like early April, I think, is what some people are speculating, but it could also fall in the February time frame, so 6 weeks earlier than that. I hope it does fall in that time frame, honestly, just so that we, you know, have... Okay, those all just died instantly. So that we have the opportunity to explore those new territories all the sooner. Should you switch Razor for Beidou? So it kind of depends on the characters you have around you, Kaneki. If you have a character like Mona, you're going to get better returns from Beidou, but if you don't, then I think Razor's better, but it really depends on, you know, the characters you have surrounded around that character. If you want to tell me what other characters you're using, I might be able to help recommend which character will synergize better for you. Camel, what type of team would suit Xingqiu? You keep getting his constellations and you struggle to find a use for him. So honest to goodness, that's a character I don't have a lot of experience with. I tested the character out for the scale purposes, but honest, outside of that, I really haven't put him to very much use yet. I do have him. At some point, I would like to experiment with that character a little bit more. I think that he's definitely going to be good in certain applications. This is one of those situations where I wish, if Cheryl is actually on the stream right now, I don't know if she is or not. She could probably tell you a little bit more about how to use that character. But if not, I would recommend going over to the build section and ask there in my Discord if you haven't already signed up for it. You know, I put a link in the chat, but if you haven't already joined, I can put another link in the chat. The build section over there, everybody who's joined the community thus far has been really, really, really helpful. And I actually really appreciate all of you guys who have already joined over there, because you guys have been really chill over there, and like there's been a really interesting camaraderie developing over the last week, and it's been fun to watch. But Cheryl's got a lot of information about how to put Xingqiu to, I think, his best use. And I would be willing to bet if you asked how to build the character over there, I bet you she'd jump up and answer that question for you. I do think that he's probably really good in the support role, but mostly anything that I would add to that character specifically would be kind of speculatory, just because I don't have a ton of experience with him. I do have some, but not a lot. Joe Smith, love your content. Thank you. I appreciate it, Joe. Jean's banner is saying after the... Yes, the Jean, Diluc, Mona, Chi-Chi, Kuching banner isn't going anywhere. It's going to be the standard banner, so that one will be here forever. So those characters and weapons will be persistent pretty much forever. So you can pretty much guess those, will stay here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would so much count what Xingxia does as healing. It's kind of more like regeneration. So like you don't actually get the benefit of the heal until he's taken damage. So I think it would be interesting to do some testing to find out that whether or not you can actually die when those are on. Because I don't know that I've ever actually sat down and tried to see whether or not you'll die if you have, max damage or not in that situation. You're saving for Zhao. You might be saving for a while. Chigung, I don't know actually how to say your name. I'm not going to try. I think I'm going to butcher that if I try to actually say it. But I don't suspect Zhao will show up until February when the Lantern Rite event occurs. I really, like anybody who keeps saying that he's going to pop up before that, I think they're speculating. And really, I am too, to say this, but... From a storyline point, like, we don't really have a great reason for him to be a playable character other than the fact that we know he's going to show up briefly in the storyline again coming up soon. But we know that the Lantern Rite Festival has a little bit more to do with him directly. And if ever there was a good opportunity for us to, for MiHoYo to build to have its audience build a connection to that character, it's going to be then. So they're going to expose us to his story probably in a much deeper detail at that time, and also release his banner at the same time to kind of help you develop that want or need, if that makes sense. Your party is Klee, Ningguang, DPS Bennett, support, and Barbara for healer. Should you switch Barbara for Noelle? So you do already have Bennett as a off healer, kind of, and you'd still have Noelle. I think if you built Noelle in your party I think that you would still be in a good position so long as your Noelle is built as a defensive character. Make sure to lean into her strengths. You can go 4-piece gladiator set and really get the most out of her, but make sure those pieces are focused on energy recharge and defense to make sure that you get the best bang for your buck with that character. You're definitely going to still have a lot of access to healing, which is really nice. One thing I always recommend doing with a Noelle. So one of the reasons why I used this weapon is because it has the chance to reduce its cooldown, or end its cooldown rather, once every 16 seconds. So if you have a sacrificial greatsword at high refinement, you have a very high chance at just ending the cooldown for breastplate immediately, which means that she will always have breastplate up when you have her on the field, which means she's always healing, or at least on 50% of her hits she's healing when she's on the field. Unless, of course, you have, I think, her first constellation, which changes her heals to 100% of the time. So Noelle is a great character, definitely one that tends to be underutilized, and it's hard to kind of go wrong with that character. Do I think they will add 6-star stuff? Because once you get AR-45, you get so much 5-star artifacts. Some games do that. Yeah, some games do add like a 6-star tier as well. I kind of think that that's bad form on a personal level because, you can invest in a game, right? You can spend a lot of money on like 5-star characters and all this stuff in the early portions of the game. And then they just go ahead and, games like that do like the 6-star tier, they're just going ahead and leaning into the fact that they're introducing designed power creep, because those 6-star characters are without a doubt going to be more powerful than the 5-star characters. They're going to be way more powerful than the 4-star characters that were before that. So you're going to end up with this situation where like the 6-star characters are so much more compelling in terms of their damage opportunities that the 5-star characters don't even really work. And then that's when, you can kind of start expecting people to, get upset with game design, really. I would say I hope not. I really hope that they don't go in that direction. Do I think Jean physical damage DPS is viable in the long term? Robin, I kind of think that Jean built as a physical DPS is good, but at the same time, it's underutilizing other aspects of her kit. So if you're building her with like physical damage on, I want to say the goblet, it might be on the timepiece, though I forget which one has that off the top of my head. I'd have to look. And on her weapon, if you have those aspects attached to her, you're not going to be using her elemental burst as often as you could, which means at that point you're going to need to backfill your heals with a different character like Noelle or Barbara or somebody like that. Also, physical damage does not scale her healing from her normal attacks either. So, yeah, it just kind of underutilizes certain aspects of her kit. Like, Jean is a very potent sub-DPS healer at the same time. It's one of those situations where they're a healer. Let them be a healer, if that makes sense. Like, you can definitely get good damage out of them and still let them be a healer at the same time by just leaning into the attack stat. How much money have I spent on the game, Jason? I'm not real comfortable with saying how much money I spent on the game. I don't really want to be the guy who brags about like, oh, I can spend this money. I don't want to do that. Like I know a lot of other streamers and stuff like to do that, but like I just don't really like to do that, honestly. Like some people can invest in a game or are willing to invest in a game, and others can't. And I kind of feel like it's a real easy way to discourage other players, is to be like, oh, this person spent this money to do this, and this person spent that much money to do this, and I can't. So yeah, I don't want to encourage or discourage spending by talking about it, if that makes sense. Show us build for Sucrose. My Sucrose actually really isn't built yet. So like mine is only sitting at level 40 and has very few artifacts on her, and mostly it was just instructor set because it's what I had. But if I were to really spend time building out my Sucrose, it would be energy recharge and elemental mastery as a whole. And that would be to really lean into her reactions potential, because remember that really what you're trying to do with a character like this is to utilize that swirl damage to make those reactions that she can generate really punchy. And not only does swirl generate swirl damage, but it takes, if you have enemies lit up with pyro and enemies on the other side lit up with electro, it will meet them in the middle and generate overloaded as well as that swirl reaction. So it's going to make all of those reactions hit even harder. So this is one of the reasons why I think that DPS, like a main DPS Sucrose, is kind of underutilizing her kit, just like I think using main DPS Venti is underutilizing his kit. As a general rule of thumb, I really don't think Animo characters should be used for anything other than support, just because they all do the support role better than anybody, and really better than any of the other characters on the roster. I think that that's their best role, and they do it so well. You're building the Bolide set for Noelle. Is it good? I don't think it's bad for Noelle. I'm honestly partial to Gladiator and straight defense, or defense and energy recharge personally. I think it's a better opportunity for her, but I would love to see some compelling reasons to go with the other set over it. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody really produce really great results with it, whereas I've seen really compelling results produced for Noelle with 4-piece Gladiator. In all seriousness, Welcome Moon is not instant gratification, but is very OP, and if you intend to play a lot of this, it's a worthy investment. Yeah, Jonathan, I would absolutely agree with that statement. I think that it's definitely useful for the long term. It's not even expensive, so if you intend to play the game for a long time, like, it's definitely, you know, for $5 a month, pretty compelling. You think any character should be up more than 7 seconds the whole battle? You should be switching constantly, even when you don't have to. I don't know. I think there are compelling reasons to go with both situations, but like I myself definitely try to utilize both my Mona and Klee since they're my primary DPS as much as possible. Like, for instance, I'm just bouncing back and forth between the two of them for this. Although this Ruin Guard pretty much just stood here and let me melt him, but pretty much every one of my Mona's hits, except for the last one, were oh crap, I can't believe I just did that, were a crit. So, yeah, my gamepad's a little sensitive, and I just barely leaned on my Q and just wasted it. That was super cool. Can you show us my Xiangling? Heard she was massively nerfed before being released. So my Xiangling is really, again, one of the characters who's not really built out. I built her out only a little for the Spiral Abyss, and that's it. She's built as Elemental Mastery right now, and I think a little bit of Recharge as well. Again, she's a character that I mostly just use for reactions, and I only do that in the Spiral Abyss as needed. And I haven't spent as much time in the Spiral Abyss as I should. I really need to get back over there because I got to floor 9 and realized how badly I needed Noelle built out, and I've just been kind of slowly building up my Noelle before I go back over there. So yeah, right now she's not really built up super great, but you know, this is just kind of where I have her. The Prayers for Wisdom thing was just kind of like I have it and it had Elemental Mastery on it, but it's not even leveled, so I'll get around to her eventually. But she's not really built up to be anything really punchy just yet. Yeah, that particular Ruins Guard is definitely a pushover. He usually just kind of stands there and lets you melt him. I think something might be wrong with that one. Does Energy Recharge have a soft cap? I don't believe so. I really don't. I think Energy Recharge can pretty much go as far as you want it to. There's definitely, you know, a point where Energy Recharge gets a little bit more effective, though. In the higher levels, you know, you start getting your Energy Recharge so high that you can get better utility out of it. I think it's going to be really easy for me to swap up my one of my attack items for an Energy Recharge item once I get my Mona to level 90. I'm just not critting for anything on this one. Yeah, I just can't seem to get a crit on this one at all. There we go. It's kind of unusual with an average crit rate of 62, and I went like 4 in a row without a crit. Whatever. Yeah, that might be a fun stream. Yeah, maybe. What team am I using Noelle on? Usually in Team 2, Mr. Leo. Generally, she's on my Team 2. You stopped caring for the Abyss on the 6th floor. It definitely starts getting way harder after the 6th floor. I'll agree with that. Still doable, though. Oh, hey, Adita. I didn't see that you were here until just now. Welcome.
Astrologers must
Or I should say welcome back.
material desires. Only by ridding oneself
Sacrificial Fragments R3 versus Mapamare R2 for Klee. It kind of, this is again going to be one of the situations where it's like, you know, what are you using the character for? I'm guessing you're kind of leaning into a primarily support oriented build. I would say as a whole, I would say go with Mapamare, just because you're going to get the straight elemental reaction bonus damage, whereas over here with the Sacrificial Fragments, you're just going to have that chance to you know, reset the cooldown on her E ability more frequently. And while her E does a lot of damage, it's really helpful. It's already got 2 charges. So yeah, you might be able to throw it down, you know, more often, especially if you max it out. But again, with it already having 2 charges, you're already throwing it down a lot anyways. I think, you know, later in the game anyways, you may not even need to use it like that. You know, you can throw it out, you know, at half recharge and still get good return from it anyways. Yeah, I would probably go map a mare and just maximize damage as opposed to maximizing cooldown. Does crit rate have a soft cap? So I do believe that some testing has been done since release that suggested that the crit rate soft cap that existed in the previous betas, Jason, has since been removed. You definitely get a lot of primo gems with minimum cost for the blessing, but there are some days you don't want to log in and you're like, gotta check in. Suddenly the game feels like your job. I mean, I totally get where you're coming from on that, but I don't know. Like, hopping in a game just to make sure that you get your money's worth for something doesn't really put me out too much on a personal level. It's one of those things where it's never really bothered me, I guess, but like I did play Black Desert Online for, you know, 5 years, so that was one of those games where it definitely punished you for not being in it all the time. So I guess I kind of got used to that kind of gameplay. You know what? I'm gonna leave these guys down here for a second. Go kill these guys that keep shooting at me from up here. You know what? Fine. Oh, that one just died on his own. Okay, that works. Let's see. Child banner going to be the first one to land on 1.1. Hamim, I expect the Zhongli banner is going to be the first one to land on 1.1. I really do. So, you know, they led with Venti banner in the game's release while we were in the chapter that mostly involves Venti. I think that, you know, now that we're going to be leaning into the portion of the story that more heavily depends on Zhongli's interaction, I suspect that that Zhongli is going to be the first one that we're going to see in 1.1. Obviously that is speculation for now, but I really don't think I would be almost willing to put money on the child banner coming afterwards. Outside of commissions and random events, is there a way to gain friendship experience? So you do gain friendship experience from doing bosses as well. So definitely don't discount that. That's definitely something that's worthwhile to do if you're looking for friendship experience. Which reminds me, I need to head over and do a boss right now. I've been doing Oceanid a lot lately because I'm trying to make sure that I have everything I need for Mona once she hits, or once I hit world level 6 at 45, which should be sometime next week. I'm gonna have to swap my Mona off for Fischl once I get down here. Do Vaporize also affect by Elemental Mastery? Yeah, it's half and half with attack. So yeah, you get half of the reaction damage from Elemental Mastery and the other half from attack. You can kind of hybrid it and try to get the best possible damage out of it, but for me, I mostly kind of focus on getting Elemental Mastery if I do at all from substats only, and I focus on mostly attack. And you know, it's kind of one of the things where you really can. It's hard to build both of those at the same time, where you know you can kind of hybrid it. But if you lean into one more so than the other, then I think you'll probably get just as good, if not better, return.
And see the true world around them.
Oh, hey, cool. Official was dead. I better heal her up really quick. Yeah, might as well throw one of those on her too. You can't level Mona to 90 until AR 50, not 45. Oh, well, I guess I don't want to say wasting my time, but I guess I'll be way ahead of... Yeah, I don't know that I ever really paid attention to that. Maybe you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. I'll have the materials ready to go. And also, these are good ways to get artifacts regardless. He is too far away. Get over here, Oz. Yep, that hurt. Wrong character. Which is better for DPS, Razor, or Mona? Oh, Mona, all day long. I don't really think that those characters compare on a DPS scale. It'd be funny if we get an event where we can one-shot banner that deletes itself after use, equal chance to win any character in the game. You know, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they introduced something like that. I've seen other gacha games in the past do that. I don't think it's all that unusual. We might actually see that. Oh, okay, that hurts. Testing Mona burst with Vaporize with 0 elemental mastery, 120 EM from instructor set effect, and you didn't see why any change in your Mona burst. Don't know why. So, you know, Vaporize generates bonus from both elemental mastery and attack. So it kind of depends on what your current build is, but most of the time you're going to be trying to extract benefit from attack with Vaporize. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work out well. I really got to get my official leveled up a bit more so that this... Oh, wow. These things are just trashing me right now. Let's do this. Oh, I somehow procced Wolf's Gravestone without a direct hit. That's interesting. Oh my god. This has gone poorly. I really gotta level up my official to make this interaction a little better. I definitely need to be off Gene for now too. You know what, I might as well just feed these characters so that I don't like kill them off needlessly. I usually try not to dig into the food too much, but you know what? It is what it is. Yeah, that should help. Oh god, the birds again. That's not great. Ugh. Alright, cool. At least I got the Wolf's Gravestone proc. Oh, come on. Oh, this damn frog. Still 48 seconds until I can resurrect Fischl. And these are the whole reason I bring Fischl, is for these frickin' birds. Well, I got one of them. Let's just go ahead and heal up a little bit. That should help. There we go. Let's see. F in the chat for official. Yeah, definitely. Oh, my poor team just got ravaged on that one. Just a couple of bad swaps, and that one went very poorly very quickly. I'm gonna swap my team back so I pick up friendship level on the characters I want to pick up friendship level on. There we go. No 5 stars. Not too surprising. Let's see if any of those artifacts actually ended up being worthwhile. Let's see. Elemental Mastery and Defense, that one's pretty much junk. Defense crit damage. I mean, I guess that one might be okay on like Noelle or something. And that one's pretty much garbage. Okay, well, none of those were particularly good or useful in any meaningful way. Unfortunate, but that does mean I can just use them all to further enhance. I think this, yes. Let's just go ahead and throw that stuff on this. I need to run my artifact route again tonight too. Definitely need to try and pick up some more artifacts so that I can keep working on her Hydro bonus damage. That has definitely been kind of what I've been working on the backside lately. Yeah, you know, Jonathan Kennedy, I did bring Chong to Oceanid a lot for a while, but lately I've been trying to just build proper muscle memory for Klee, and usually I drop Klee when I go to, I would drop, you know, she would be the character I would drop in that fight, but lately I've been just kind of going without the cryo characters just because I haven't really been building them out right now. So that's pretty much why I don't have them, any cryos in that fight right now. Sacrifice the lesser artifacts to the yellow god. Yeah, test subject. That's pretty much what I've been doing lately. I just, right now, we aren't able to, you know, check the stats as you go, so all you can do is pretty much count them and fall back on them. So you kind of have to figure out which ones you want to throw and then go back, which is kind of annoying. I can't wait till they add 1.1 so that we can see that stuff. Winsith versus Eye of Perception on Crit Mona. Winsith, definitely. I think you're going to hit your 2-to-1 crit ratio much, much easier with Winsith. And Eye of Perception might... There's a compelling argument that could be had for Eye of Perception maybe outscaling the Winsith in late game if you can produce the 2-to-1 without having a crit damage or crit rate weapon. But I do think that it's going to be hard to do that without perfect substats. So yeah, I would go with Winsith all day long. All right, that one I would like to keep. So, oh no, I definitely want to keep this one. This one's actually pretty good. So I think only the first one of these. And then I want to say it was this. Yeah, that was pretty much junk. I don't really like, that one's not bad. It's crit rate. It's HP and Elemental Mastery though. I don't know if I really, I'm going to keep it for now. So yeah, just this and 1 and 2 on this. Okay. Sacrificing the artifacts. That's, and then just the first one. I think it was 1 and 2 on this. Yes. Okay, well, still not 12 yet. We'll get there. I think it's definitely time to start doing my artifact route, though. I should be able to do that. I think it's been long enough since the last time I did it. I think I did it around this time last night, but I think it should already have come back up by now. So long as I still have my link for it. I thought I did, but I am having trouble finding it now. Oh boy. Okay, there it is. Okay, we're good. Alright, so let's see. Bennett being healer on Diluc official team is a dream. Yeah, you know, Bennett's not a bad healer at all. Especially on a team with a Diluc. So now you're getting that 25% damage resonance, and he provides healing, and if you have the Constellation, he can still heal you up to 100% and then just add damage afterwards. Really, Bennett's a better character than people give credit for. I feel like I say that a lot, but it's really true. It truly is. Do you know why only Zhongli can petrify enemy? Do you think making Geo in general can petrify enemy would be too OP? So my leading suspicion on why only Zhongli can petrify is just because he's the first 5-star one, and that's one of the ways that they've established Zhongli as a standout Geo character. I mean, okay, you could argue that Traveler is a 5-star Geo, but I think Traveler Geo is just not as good as it could be. So, and again, Zhongli is more than likely Rex Lapis, and I think they want his power set to reflect that. That would be, among reasons why I think that they've gone ahead with that decision. I'm pretty sure that's why. Is Barbara C2 better than Chi-Chi? So I think from a personal experience, I would say that Chi-Chi is an interesting healer, but is she better at healing than Barbara? No. Because, and I say this a lot too, characters like Jean and Barbara have that oh crap button. Like, you're about to die, you swap and you hit their elemental burst, and all of a sudden everything is, a-okay, good to go, nobody's dying anymore. Probably if you've built them right, all of your characters could be instantly healed from it. So Chi-Chi is a good healer. She produces good consistent heals while under the effects of her main elemental skill, her E. But at the same time, she doesn't instant heal with her elemental burst, right? So you have to swap to the character you want to heal and have them apply damage. If you misplay in that instant and that character really needed healing, you can accidentally kill them instead. So you kind of get this like high risk, high reward heal situation with Chi-Chi, which results in, good healing if you don't accidentally get the character killed to start. So that would be the one thing that I would say to consider with regard to choosing between those two healers.
Nor can it be reversed.
So, yes, there's the argument to be made that Chi-Chi won't wet you like Barbara does, but there's lots of instances where, you'll be fighting enemies that are non-elemental in nature, and you won't have any problem with that at all. Yeah, okay, so Chi-Chi won't wet you, but Barbara can still instant heal you. Just stay away from the enemies, or if you bring Bennett in your team as well, he can just remove those statuses from you. So that's one of the more compelling synergies, really, is like, kind of countering that effect with other characters. It's also worth noting that effects can be removed from your character by using, well, no, it doesn't remove it. So I think it's pretty much just Bennett that can do that, so never mind. You can benefit from some of those things. Like, so for instance, if you are using Animo MC and your character is wet, if you use Palm Vortex, it should convert that into Hydro Swirl damage. So that's actually one of the things that you can use at your benefit. You just have to, be aware of the fact that Barbara's ult is going to give you that status and then utilize it afterwards. Have I thought about Zhongli's other name? The stream showed his name to be Vago Mundo. So supposedly from the story stuff, they have, from the main lore, Rex Lapis supposedly goes by several different names. I haven't seen this Vago or Vago Mundo name until that. And I was kind of wondering if that was maybe his voice actor's name or something. I wasn't really sure what the context for that name reveal was. So, I don't know if that's something we should expect to see in the game or not, to be honest with you. As someone who has played Honkai Impact for years, you think much later in the future, various characters will receive reworks and become a lot better. Yeah, I think that there's definitely some merit to that possibility, Megalink. I do. I really do. Honestly, I don't know if they'll rework the characters so much as maybe possibly just release new versions of these characters. Personally, something I hope that they do is they'll re-release characters like Amber or Lisa or Kaya in 5-star variants at later points in the game. Like later on when we get to the Sumeru questline, if we were to get a new version of Lisa that's 5-star and maybe is a little bit more badass, that could be really cool. Or Kaya when we get to the end and we're at at the end of this main first whole story arc and we're in Kenaraya. So there's one of these other interesting things is that. So if you've played through the Mona storyline, you know that that Kaya is, or that Mona is, an astrologist and she can see into the future. or she can see into the future of certain people or of anybody she kind of wants to, so long as they're from Teyvat, or rather specifically, as long as they've spent time in Teyvat. So she has her thoughts. Like if you go to the character profile, you can see her thoughts on Kaya. No, that's the wrong window. And what she says about Kaya is he'll have a decision to make at some point. And so I believe what she's talking about here is directly related to Kaya's profile story, which is the fact that he is from Kenaraya, and he has sided with Mondstadt at this time. But at some point in the future, he will have to make this decision between his homeland and his father, or his new home, Mondstadt, and his adopted father who died in front of him. And so that I believe Mona has already seen that he's going to have to make this decision, and she may already even know what decision he made. But I do think that would be the time. If they were going to start doing something like adding 5-star variants of some of these starter characters, this would be the time when they would do it for Kaya. Because there's going to be a pivotal portion in the story for him. Just like for when we go to Sumeru, Lisa's going to be a more pivotal character in the story for sure. Because her backstory revolves around the idea of her having gone to Sumeru to study in her younger days, and then witnessing something that was a real shock to her that caused her to kind of change her entire outlook on life. Or I don't want to say, see, like everybody like in the game kind of assumes that she's lazy, but really, like if you look at her past, she wasn't. She was actually incredibly motivated and a very hard worker. If you're a lazy person, generally you don't get a vision, right? So like something changed her, and she ended up this way as a result of that. Maybe, she witnessed something bad in Sumeru, and that's kind of what made her the way she is now. Kind of just, your sleepy librarian who, gets really mad at people when they don't return her books because that's the only thing she cares about now. Vegomundo is an other name, just as child other name is Tartaglia. Yeah, okay, I mean, if that's what the case is for that. I hadn't actually seen anything on that directly. Hamim, if you have a source for that, could you please put that in the spoilers section in the Discord? I would appreciate it. Don't play the one talking about Venti, it gets very... Yeah, I've heard that one. That one was surprising to me. Kind of funny, but mostly surprising. Should Mage Catalyst DPS have EM built on them? So it depends on what you're trying to do with that character. If you are trying to build that character as a primary DPS, no, you don't really want Elemental Mastery. But if you are trying to use it as a DPS, or as a support rather, then yes, you do. Do I think Tartaglia is Child's constellation name? Child goes by the name Tartaglia with the Fatui. I don't know, honestly. Like that's an interesting insight. I guess we won't know until the character releases. It's possible, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. I kind of want to say no, but who knows? What should you do with your resin at AR33? Do bosses. Like I would definitely recommend doing bosses as much as possible at AR33, because you're gonna need those ascension materials like often. So I utilized the bosses as much as possible in that AR range to make sure that I could ascend my characters. So I really don't think you can go wrong with that, King Kevin. Pretty sure Child's other name is more of a boss title with the Electro Delusion deal. Well, we do know that Child's actual character name is Tartaglia. So, like, as a playable character, his name is listed as Tartaglia, not as Child. I think Tartaglia is actually his real name, and Child is actually, like, his, like, nickname that he kind of, was given or adopted over time. Yeah, the Mona Beta Owl combo is really nasty. When you pop that elemental burst, everything just melts.
Embellishing that fate only leads
It's definitely a really potent combination. It's that and the fact that I have the Wolf's Gravestone is the main reason why I keep the two of them in party together right now. Although, like I've been saying, if I can get Xinyan after 1.1 comes out, you probably won't see a whole lot of Beta Owl from me anymore. Probably not unless I'm in specific applications at that point, but Xinyan's probably going to take her spot. Am I still working on main story quests, or am I on hold? No, I mean, my main story has been completed for a long time. I'm pretty much on, just daily farm every day. I run my artifact farm route daily, every day, pretty much at the same time, because they respawn every 24 hours, just to make sure that I have some materials with which to level up everything. And I do bosses and make sure I use my resin and all that good stuff. Because one thing you definitely want to never allow to occur is to have full resin as much as possible. Don't let your resin fill up. If your resin fills up, then it's not recharging, and that means you're not getting the best utilization of the resin that you can carry. So, Megalink, this is one of the things, like, it is looking like Child is going to be just a straight-up villain. It looks like at no point was he ever actually interested in being a good guy. He was actually just playing everybody. And if that is the case, we know that he is also playable, right? So he's going to be a playable character, which gives me hope that Signora could actually end up being a playable character too. If she ends up being a playable character, that would be so badass. Like, that would be a 10 out of 10 character. Like, okay, definitely got to get this one. This one seems really cool. You heard that crit rate and damage is better for late game, so is it worth it to sub Serpent Spine for Animus Refinement 2 to make up for the crit rate that you need? That's an interesting question. Let me look at the bonus on Animus again really quick. Hang on, I think I might have it on Chung. It's on normal hits charged. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal an additional 360% attack damage to enemies within a small AoE. So you'd be giving up... Yeah, so you're going for straight attack at that point as opposed to... I don't know that I actually have the other weapon. You'd have to remind me what the bonus is on the other weapon off the top of my head. But 2-to-1 crit is usually the 2-to-1 crit rate, or crit damage to crit rate, is usually the main focus. You can still get good damage output from characters by going straight attack, though. I mean, there's definitely compelling reasons to go that direction too. Fischl is always the answer. F in chat for Fischl. Maybe Child gets a change of heart and abandons the Fatui after some revelation, but who knows at this point? Yeah, I've been wondering if Child could have a redemption arc. That definitely could be what's coming, and that's why they make him a playable character. But of course, it's all we can do is just speculate on that right now. So anything we say on that, it could completely change in 10 days when 1.1 comes out. Doesn't matter what the question is, the answer is always Fischl. 2 + 2, Fischl. Who drops next? Fischl. U.S. election predictions? Fischl. That wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world. You got Klee from one pull. Is she a good pair for Mona? Yes. Klee is a amazing pair for Mona. Klee is one of those characters that will help you extract some of Mona's highest damage potentials. So I would definitely recommend doing that. Who are the other three for my Abyss team besides Noelle? Venti, Chungyun, and I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I also sub Amber and Xiangling, depending on like what characters I'm against. If I'm not against Ruin Guards, usually I'll take Xiangling, and if I'm against Ruin Guards, usually Amber, so I can just weak point strike them and make them sit there. Can you see Mona build? Yeah, I can show you. I do have a video directly pertaining to my Mona's build that I released earlier this week. I do highly recommend you check it out because I go into detail as to why I've done what I've done. I've done pretty extensive calculations to find out what's going to be the best way for me to extract damage from Mona. And the way I've kind of organized things is by going for a 2-to-1 crit damage to crit rate ratio. I know it shows us less than that here, but that's because I'm using the Royal Grimoire, which has a flexible crit rate. That flexible crit rate actually results in an average of 62.4% crit rate instead. On 1724 damage, my artifacts are built around attack and critical, with crit damage being on the circlet, and then hydro damage bonus being on the goblet. And then you want as much attack, critical rate, crit damage, and energy regeneration as you can get in the other slots. In the future here, I'm going to be doing some tests to determine whether or not energy recharge will actually outperform attack in the timepiece slot. I just haven't had the opportunity to do it yet because I don't have enough artifacts to level all my other characters and also test things right now. But expect that will be hopefully pretty soon. And then I'll get back to you guys with those test results when I have that opportunity to do that. Why is Klee and Mona a good combo? So the reason why Klee and Mona is a good combo is Vaporize. Vaporize does very, very good damage. And it scales off of Elemental Mastery and attack. So if you build a character with high attack and then ignite a Vaporize reaction with them, you will get a increased reaction, kind of the same way you do with Elemental Mastery straight for supports. So that would be the reason why Mona and Klee are a very potent combination. Will I be testing the Black Cliff Amulet on Mona? Probably. Just because I'm trying to be as thorough as I can with mage builds on this channel. It's one of those things where it's really hard for me to test a lot of different types of weapons because we're pretty limited in the amount of enhancement materials that we have access to. But one of the things that I've been trying to do is to make sure that I push as much data out to you guys as I can, and really the way I've been utilizing that or maximizing that is to just lean all of it into the mages, because at least then I'm covering one specific part of the roster, which has probably more depth than the other ranges anyways, because there's a lot of mages in the game and we know there's even more coming in the future. So yeah, I would say more than likely I will probably test that Black Cliff weapon at some point or another. But I need to look into how that bonus is actually going to work. I know it's like a slide flexible crit rate, or not crit rate, but attack. So it may actually just effectively function like a weapon like the Skyward Atlas. And if that ends up being the case, then I probably won't have to test it because I'm currently leveling up Skyward Atlas anyways. And then whatever effect you get from like Skyward Atlas would then pretty much apply to both weapons. So I need to kind of find out where that's going to fall and go from there. But you can expect some more testing result discussions as a result of that in the near future. Yeah, not a problem at all, Tom. I'm glad I could help. What's my favorite weapon type? It's Catalyst for sure. On a personal level, I have 2 or 3 like favorite archetype characters. Mages have always been at my core like my favorite type of character. Like in any RPG game, MMO, whatever, mages have always been the characters that draw me in the most. But as a secondary to me, it's always been spell swords. So a character who can cast spells and also wields a sword. And that probably comes from me having played Lineage 2 a lot back in the day, and utilizing a sword from that character, which I also played primarily a water mage in that game as well, which is probably why characters like Mona speak to me on a personal level today. So hopefully that answered that question. Even without being able to combo her shield and ulti Geo sword, she still heals the party pretty... Yeah, Noelle's actually a surprisingly good healer. You know, like I've said it several times already tonight. That character is consistently underrated. Most people really just... I think that this game has a big problem. Like, the community has a big problem with just assuming that 4-star characters are bad because they're 4-star. But that's not the case. Pretty much every character in this game is good for different reasons. Some characters are better overall and are more rounded, and that's one of the reasons why I've decided, you know, I decided to develop the Historia Scale, was to show that some characters are actually rounded and, you know, actually are better at more things than other characters, but some characters are actually just as good at some aspects as other characters. They just may not be as rounded at other things, if that makes sense. Guess I main which wizard in BDO? No, actually, I don't. So when I started BDO, I played as a sorceress, and they kept nerfing that character and changing it to the point where I just got frustrated and couldn't deal with it anymore. And I re-rolled to Dark Knight at that time, and that's a spell sword by nature, so that definitely fit my my playstyle and definitely kept me playing the type of class that I wanted to play. And then they kept nerfing that class, and I started to get frustrated with it. But then there's the third archetype of classes that I really like, which is dual wielders, and they released Lan. And Lan was a dual wielder in its awakening form. And so I ended up re-rolling to Lan, and I still play Lan today, but I did end up going to the Lan Succession when that came out because I think that it was just a much better weapon type as a whole. And it kind of put, at least initially, it put the awakening form to shame, and also had a lot better freedom for flight, so I ended up swapping to that. I don't really play BDO that much anymore these days because I got kind of frustrated with certain aspects of that game. Amber probably needs a full rework. You know, I don't really think Amber needs a full rework. She's not really even a bad character. Like, again, I think that, you know, this is one of those areas where I think characters are just effectively underutilized. I think that she's very good at the things that she was intended to be good at. I think really what they need to do is at some point in the future just release a 5-star version of Amber that has a totally different kit, so that that character can actually get, you know, get some of that bad rap off of the name.
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding them.
In terms of straight up DPS, which character is best? Diluc was not first in Historia Scale. He was 3rd or 4th. I actually haven't put Diluc on the Historia Scale directly, but I am assuming what you're talking about is like the damage numbers straight up. But the character with the highest overall attack scale or attack metric is Klee. I'll go ahead and tell you outright, like, of all the characters that I've done test data for, Klee is actually the highest total attack number that I've seen. But I, on a personal level, prefer Mona from the attack standpoint. Diluc is still very good, though, and he's definitely got a lot of, you know, very high output damage potential. Yeah, DK got nerfed into oblivion, and it was definitely one of those situations that over time just kept upsetting me, and I ended up having to move. But, you know, they moved on to, you know, I moved on to Lan, and then I think probably one of the biggest, like, heartbreaks I've ever had in a video game, ever, was after they released the Lan Succession and gave us access to such amazing flight capability, only for 2 weeks later for them to completely gut the class's ability to fly freely. So it was like clipping the wings off a bird. And I just, I don't know that I can ever forgive them for doing that, because I don't know how you give somebody bird-like freedom and then just take it away like that. Like, you can, like, you have to know that you're going to damage your player's, like, mind, like, state of mind from doing that. Like, because there's no way they're not going to hate that. So I always kind of resented that. I still stuck around and, you know, played the game. I played it for 5 years, for crying out loud, but I still stuck around and continued to, you know, grind for, you know, at least until I decided to really lean into creating this channel. That was actually when I stopped playing BDO at the forefront. I think every character needs at least one more button to press. So I think the main reason why the characters are built in this simplistic form is because of the game being also mobile in nature, and most mobile games only have so many buttons to press. Yeah, you know, Tom, back in the day, I really firmly believed that they were not doing that. I really did. I was like, they're not intentionally doing that. No company could be that greedy. And, you know, nowadays I'm kind of thinking that maybe they actually are. I'm not sure, though. Like, I definitely try not to look at the cynical side of things, but, you know, I just moved into this game and kind of haven't looked back since, so it just is what it is. Was that a chest back there? I kind of don't think so, but if I overlooked one, I certainly would want to get it. If you can explain where you think you saw it, Jonathan, I certainly wouldn't mind it, because I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it was this you were seeing? I don't know. If I overlooked one, I'd definitely want to grab it. Mobile is a struggle. You just live with randomly using Chi-Chi or Klee's ultimate E or walking while trying to jump. Yeah, you know, mobile games are just always going to be a little rough until they figure out how to maximize control on a touchscreen. It really is a little rough. Rodrigo, my artifacts on my Mona are utilizing attack, critical rate, and crit damage with Hydro bonus damage on her goblet. I do have a video where I talk about exactly what your ideal situation build is for Mona and all mages as a whole, as well as characters like Fischl and Kuching. You can also utilize this build on. It was right up the hill away from the cliff. Okay, let me see if I overlooked it or something. Maybe it was just this box over here. Maybe that was what you were seeing as I was coming from this angle. It might have been that. So I'm not seeing anything unless I'm completely blind. I could just be totally blind here and overlooking something, but I kind of don't think so. It's possible you saw a rock and him tripping. You don't believe in chests anyway. You know, yeah, I'm still super on the fence as to whether or not chests respawn in this game, so. Yeah, happy Halloween, Sucrose. Thank you. It is actually where I am only Halloween for another 4 minutes, but yeah, happy Halloween nonetheless. Gene build. My Gene is built as a attack energy recharge, so basically I'm utilizing as much of the stats that will make her a better healer as possible. Her heal scale on attack, so I give her as much attack as possible while giving her as much energy recharge as possible to make sure that her elemental burst is up as frequently as I can. Hey dude, how'd I manage to reach where I did on YouTube with Genshin Impact? I mean, it kind of surprised me, honestly, Christopher, the resonance that I've had as a whole. I pretty much came into creating this channel because I had a surprising passion for the lore in this game. I found myself resonating with, you know, some of the characters and really resonating with the story in this game. And I wanted to explore it, and I've kind of always been this way with games that I had a lot of passion for, but I had never created a channel or a YouTube channel for it. But at the same time, I've, you know, with a lot of my friends that I've played games with over the years, I've always been the guy who, you know, spreadsheets information and shares it with my friends. And again, that's something I had never really done for a YouTube channel either. So really, I just kind of decided to turn what I do with every game I play into something I would share with the community. And, you know, I thought to myself, you know, I'm just going to go into this with as much passion as I can. If people like it, great. And it seems to have worked out relatively well. Thanks, I appreciate it, Shorty. Do I think that Kiana is the mystery god in the beginning of the game? I think that there's a strong possibility that Kiana is the mystery god at the beginning of the game. But I also think that things are a little bit more complicated than they seem, right? So I don't know, like, we know that MiHoYo is basically looking at Genshin Impact as a different leaf on the same tree as Honkai Impact. So that was what they said in one of the developer interviews that they did. And so from that mindset, we could look at Genshin Impact as possibly an alternate universe where, you know, that character, maybe the god Kayana ascended to a different form and became the sustainer of heavenly principles, as it were. So I think it's very possible that she could be. But I also think it's very possible that even if that is their intent, that they may never reveal that to us directly. They could just keep giving us hints and mysteries about it. What is better for Mona? A blue with hydro percent or a purple with attack? It's going to depend, I think, Rodrigo, on what substats you have on those two things. Because I think you're going to get a pretty even output from one over the other. In that regard, I think they're going to be pretty close. I do believe the blue one might outproduce in pure damage unless the substats on the purple are better. You like the stream since I tell the lore and make it more immersive and also inform us on good weapons for mages. Thank you, Gray. I appreciate it. If I keep down the path I'm going and projected to be the future lore channel for Genshin Impact, at least on the English side of the community, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the dream for me, Kennedy. I'm kind of pushing as much as I can towards producing a lot of lore content for the channel. Currently, I am working on a new theory that I've been thinking about really since I produced my last theory. And it's still kind of relying on some of that information that I established within my last one. And I think it also helps to strengthen that previous theory, my 500 years theory that I produced a little over a month ago. So it's building upon that, but it's not really the only foundation for it. There's really a lot of other stuff going into it. But really, I think one of the most compelling mysteries in this game is who is the sustainer and what is her motivations. And really, the motivations of the sustainer are really what I'm exploring in this next video. So, and I really hope that you guys like it when it comes out. I'm really excited to get it done. It's been something that I've really enjoyed writing, and I'm really looking forward to getting that one out to you guys. Genshin could be a Honkai universe story. Yeah, I do think that Genshin is a Honkai universe story. I think that is pretty much what they're going for here, is to, you know, have this multiverse situation and for us to, you know, relate the two games. I mean, so here's the thing, is that, like, having a multiverse where the stories are actually distantly related to each other and have threads from one to the other is actually really good from a business standpoint, because every time you find one of these little threads, it's going to make you curious about the things that, you know, it's related to in that other world, and it might actually make you more inclined to go play that other game, you know, to go explore that world for yourself. And that's, you know, only going to, you know, give them more options to, you know, extract financial gain from you. So that's, you know, from a business standpoint, it's actually a really good idea. And it also helps to develop a richer, deeper world. Because here, you know, they've spent, you know, years and years building this other world, and then they distantly relate this new one to that one, and it just gives the lore that much more depth. So I find that to be a really, really, like, useful strategy for them. Alright, I'm just gonna let him look this way. Alright. That was not what I was trying to do. Oh, and he smacked me in the face right on the back side of it. That was super cool. Alright, let me just pop his shield, because he's frustrating me anyways. There we go. Better. Should I continue to rank up my Mappa mare for Mona, or should I start investing in prayer to the sacred winds for her? Zach, if you're using your Mona as a primary DPS, you should be using the prayer to the sacred winds anyways. So there are going to be two weapons with different purposes. If you're using her as a support, then the Sacred Winds is not going to be the weapon for you. But if you're wanting to use her as a primary DPS, then yes, absolutely.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
Don't worry about the theories that may become dated with fresh info. Having an understanding of what the community thought was going on and when they thought that is good for posterity's sake. Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's one of the other great emergent aspects of theorycraft is that you indirectly create a log of the community's mindset as time goes on. So, you can actually, it's almost like a little time capsule of the game's growth, because you can go back and you can watch these theories 2 or 3 years later and be like, wow, I remember when I went through the story and I thought this. And it's interesting to see how it developed, as opposed to that. So it's definitely interesting. Yeah, I don't really worry too much about okay, this is proven wrong later or this is proven wrong later. Like that's not really so important. Like I don't mind being wrong. Wouldn't surprise me if there's Honkai Easter eggs hidden away. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's already lots of Honkai Easter eggs hidden away. There's definitely some references to things like Murata and stuff like that, like words and names that exist within the Honkai Impact universe. So there's definitely that. Yeah, exactly. Just let's make sure when we're saying things like wow that we deliver it with some impact. If you get what I'm saying. What's next of Genshin? Well, I'm assuming you mean for 1.1 we're going to be picking back up on the story where Ganyu told the traveler to go to the Jade Chamber to meet Ningguang.
Themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them.
She's a support for you, so you will probably keep the mayor on her. Yeah, not a problem. I definitely think that, well, I'd be interested in hearing who your main DPS is. If you're using Mona as if you're forgoing using a 5-star weapon, like, what's your main DPS, out of curiosity? In the Honkai Impact manga, Alien Invasion is said that Murata Himiko is not from the Honkai universe, but from another one. So it might be possible that Himiko came from the Murata clan. That's an interesting, that's a really interesting little thread you pulled on there. That's something I actually hadn't considered. Yeah, that's actually very illuminating. Very interesting. How do I do so many things? Job, family, gaming, YouTube, and video editing, not to mention shopping and sleeping. Either you are a superhuman or your PC is a supercomputer. I mean, my computer is pretty good. I've definitely put some money into my computer. But as far as time management is considered, I've just always kind of been the person who burns the candle at both ends. So unfortunately, that does result in me not sleeping as much as I probably should sometimes, but it is what it is. It's just kind of how I always am. I definitely utilize the weekends for sleep as much as possible, which might have been apparent this morning. Like if you guys have been watching, every other day this week, I've been posting the location of the traveling merchant at 5 a.m. or 5:30 in the morning because I was up really early for work. But then today, Saturday, I didn't have to go to work today, so I didn't post that until 10 a.m. because I didn't get out of bed until around 9:30. Cloud Retainer will send you on an extra quest if you give her food. Yeah, I did get that quest. That was actually a pretty interesting little extra quest. Yeah, she's very upset. She wanted to destroy, she was considering destroying Liyue just to prevent the corruption of the Jade Chamber or something along those lines. Just kill everybody and prevent Liyue from being corrupted. Oh, okay. That's, I guess, one way to solve that problem. You're planning to replace Xiangling with support Klee, but you don't know if it's worth it because you've heard that she's not good. So I think that there's definitely some characters that perform in some roles better than others. And Klee is, again, one of those characters where I think that Klee fails to produce in a support role, and I think that's why a lot of streamers and other members of the community were saying that Klee is not good. But if you build her in a DPS role, she's actually a phenomenal producer. If you match characters up against roles that were not what they were really intended to do, you may not get great returns from them. There are some characters, like Mona, for instance, who you can build as attack or support and get good returns from them in either way. I do feel on a personal level that you actually get better returns from building Mona as a main DPS, but mages don't necessarily resonate with some people as much as like they do for me. So like that might not be a enjoyable role for you to put your Mona in. But in that event, you can, like I said, just build her as a support and still get a good return from her. Salty Bird, yeah, definitely Salty Bird. That quest was definitely entertaining for sure. It was kind of one of those ones that caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting to see, Cloud Retainer come back in a side quest like that, off the main story. But I was glad that they did. Do I think Favonia's Sword will work for a support heal Jean? Yes, I do. So the Favonia Sword is one of those weapons where, like, if you have like a Chi-Chi or a Jean, it's definitely going to function well on them because its whole purpose is to generate elemental particles. However, there is a caveat to that, which is that you do need to have critical rate in order to get good returns from the extra ability on it. So, whereas if you have a weapon like Skyward Blade, I know that's comparing 4-star to 5-star, which is probably not. It's kind of like apples to oranges, really. But Skyward Blade's main stat is energy recharge, just like the Favonius Sword. You're using these weapons to make sure that their elemental burst comes up as often as possible, right? But the side benefit of a weapon like the Favonius Sword is you will get still more particle regeneration if you have high critical rate. So you end up in one of those situations where you get a compelling reason to use a crit rate, like a crit rate circlet as opposed to an attack circlet, just to further lean into that energy recharge if you cannot get good substats to do that job for you. I would definitely recommend getting a good amount of crit rate on your Jean or Chi-Chi if you have a Favonius Sword, at least a reasonable amount. Like right now, like my Jean would not make good use of a Favonius Sword, really, or at least it would be underutilized if I don't have, with the crit rate that she currently has at 16%, she's just not critting very much, if that makes sense. So make sure that whatever weapon you have on the character, you should use a circlet that will help to bring out the benefit of that weapon. That shines through in most of my builds. So like if you look at like my current configuration for Mona, I am building around a weapon that increases my critical rate. So I have an artifact that is helping me bring out the crit damage so that when I get those crits, they're punchier. So you want to balance your artifacts with your weapon to make sure that you're extracting the most potential from those things. Pity doesn't transfer over different banners. Actually, Pity does transfer from one limited banner to the next after they expire, but that is the only time Pity transfers. So like you won't transfer your Pity from the base banner to, the limited banner, but Pity will transfer from limited banner to limited banner. If you had 7 rolls on Venti's banner and then Klee's came out, then you only needed 2 more rolls to hit Pity. I would say that Klee will be one of the highest damage dealer because of the pyro damage bonus. While she always does pyro damage, she maybe early on Klee lacks attack, but positive at 90 she's OP. Yeah, I think people are just underutilizing Klee. I think that they're just, like, oh, I'm just going to pigeonhole her into the support role, and if she works, great. If she doesn't, then she's bad. Like, you can't do that. Like, you got to explore the character's potential and get a good understanding of them before you just decide whether or not a character is good or not. And I think that that's one of the things that Amber is constantly evaluated on, is that people just assume that, okay, like the character's not good because she's 4-star, or, like she's the first character that you get, so obviously she's bad. No, she actually has great uses at times. Like, she synergizes well with Mona, for one, because Vaporize is a useful interaction. But two, she also can light up weak points, which is really, really useful. So there's definitely benefits to having a character like Amber on your team. She brings a lot of utility. I do think that in late game she doesn't scale as well as some other characters, though. Do I think Zhao will have a change? No. I think Zhao is probably going to be mostly the same as he was. I think if they might change anything, you could potentially see a change in his elemental burst to some degree, just because kind of his the thing that kind of made his elemental burst unique was that he continuously did that plunging damage, and now that every character can do plunge damage, it's kind of less unique. Time will tell, though. Chinese put Klee at top tier with Diluc and Kuching, better DPS than them, but harder to play. So, I mean, one of the weird things about the tier lists, and this is one of the big pitfalls that I really do suggest that everybody, really considers, that a lot of these tier lists consider characters' performance pretty much strictly against all other characters at Constellation 6. And that's just unrealistic. So, comparing Klee at C6 to Diluc C6 is just, it's not a meaningful comparison. Most people will never achieve that. So, like, you can't base your expectations of a character's performance on that. I think the main problem is a lack of materials and items that we get right now. Since the game just started, it hinders people from playing or trying out 4 stars and would rather always invest in 5. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the mindset of the min-max community as a whole. We're definitely in this weird culture in Black Desert right now where we're kind of punished for investing in too many characters at one time, and we don't really have any way to make up for that because there's not that much access to additional materials. Hell, I mean, like, you could go out and farm rocks all day, right, so you could improve your weapons, but even the amount of rock materials that you can process a day is limited. You'll cap that pretty quick too. So I think in time, we're going to get more access to these things. It just, they've, limited us for now to prevent us from hard capping and literally having absolutely no reason to log in whatsoever. Right now, you can kind of play this game almost casually and still pretty well maximize endgame on only a couple hours a day, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just, you may really want to sit there and play the game more. You just don't have that option because, there's not, you get capped by not having enough resin or not having any more chests, or you've already done your artifact routes, etc. MC is technically 5-star. There's kind of a weird, they're kind of like a 4 or 5-star light is kind of the way I look at them. So, like, I've done a lot of numbers crunching on the way that the MC grows as statistically compared to every other character. And if you ever watched my Animo Traveler Historia Scale video, I crunched the numbers on the way their defense and HP grows, and every character in the game's HP and defense grows from between level 1 and level 60 by the exact same rate. And by that I mean the percent of growth, I think, for 4-star characters on their HP and defense was like 686%. Or 646% or something like that. I can't remember the number exactly off of my head, but every 4-star character's HP and defense grew by that number. And every 5-star character in the game's HP and defense grew by a higher number. I think much closer to 800%, like 786 or something like that. Every one of them. except for the Traveler, whose numbers grew exactly the same as all the 4-star characters, which kind of was like, okay, so why are these characters considered 5-star characters if their stats grow like that of a 4-star? It didn't really make sense until I calculated the growth of their attack stat, which actually grows much higher than pretty much everybody, which was surprising. So it was kind of one of those things where it seems like they balanced the growth of their attack and defense to offset the other to justify rating them as a 5-star. It was one of those weird things where, you know, I was like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here. And then the attack changed my perception of that slightly. So I feel like there's no way I could have missed this thing. I run through here every day. So this is making me wonder if these things respawn. I really don't see how I could have missed this. I was really surprised to see this here as I was running through this field. Do I think MC will be good in the updates? I do think that we'll see more compelling reasons to use main character in the future, for sure. Especially as we see, you know, more of the regions unlocked, and we can get more of the elements available to them. I think that we're going to definitely see more compelling reasons to use them, for sure. I do think that there's definitely a good possibility for that in the future. Yeah, I do think that that was a respawn. I definitely, I think that that probably was a respawn. That's one of those things that makes me think that the respawns actually are there, but I don't really see that many of them, so it's like, I don't know if it's placebo. Maybe I just missed it, but I really don't think so. I go through here almost every day. I bullied that Abyss Mage. Yeah, I pretty much, every time I go through here, I stand on that rock and just bomb him from above with Klee and make him drown. Like, I just hit him until his shield breaks, and then he just drowns by falling through his own ice. I basically use his ice against him, which is amusing to me each and every time I do it. You notice that MC's abilities are like dumbed down versions of Archon's abilities? Yeah, I could kind of see why you would say that. Animo MC is actually a really good character. Early tier lists, and again, like, I suggest not overvaluing these tier lists anyways, because they're evaluated at C6 and it's just unrealistic. Early tier lists kept evaluating GOMC as among some of the highest tier characters, and I just don't see how that could be even possible. I understand, and this is one of those weird things where, like, okay, so yeah, your MC is going to be able to reach, you know, C6 realistically, but even with C6 on your MC, like, GOMC is just not that great. They don't really do that great of damage. They're not terrible, but they're very average. Oh, he just shot me off that mountain. Okay, well, I'm gonna just do this then. Bye. Rude, knocked me off a cliff. Let's see. MC X Delusion. You know, I think the MC with a delusion would definitely be interesting, but that could also be one of those weird situations where the MC may not even be able to use a delusion because they're not from this world. It's an artificial vision. Like, okay, so like the MC can use the other elements without a vision at all, but it could be one of those things where like the MC's like entire, like, you know, genetic makeup cannot utilize that. I'd actually be really interested to see what the MC would be able to do with a delusion, or whether or not it even functions. It could just be a continual backfire for them. Okay, I'm just stuck on the top of this ladder. Rolling for weapon banners probably isn't the greatest investment. So rolling for weapon banners can be a good investment if you have good character depth. But if you do not have good character depth, I don't know that I really recommend doing it. Because there's plenty of 4-star weapons in this game that are very, very good. And you can get great return from building them. I have 4 or 5-star weapons right now. I'm only utilizing 2 of them. And my main DPS is utilizing a 4-star weapon, whereas, my side DPSs are using 5 stars. So 4-star weapons can definitely still be very good. You can still get a lot of DPS output from them without any problem. Your thought on new Blackcliff amulet for DPS Mona? I think that I want to say it's crit rate main stat with attack scaling. So I kind of think it will work similarly to the Royal Grimoire. I think that it's just going to be a slide situation. So instead of having flexible crit rate, you now have flexible attack. I will more than likely go ahead and pick one up and do some testing on it, but it'll probably be a couple of weeks because it takes a long time to farm materials to level up weapons, and I'm still currently trying to do that for my for Skyward Atlas. And until I've gotten the Skyward Atlas to 80 and can test it appropriately, I just don't see myself having the materials to spread it around. Do I think the Skyward Spine polearm will do well with a DPS character? Isn't Skyward Spine energy recharge? Adita, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's energy recharge. I think that certain characters that are built around, if you want to build a character around spamming their elemental burst, you could get good return from any weapon that utilizes energy recharge. Like, for instance, Mona might actually be a compelling character to try something like that with, but since we're talking about a polearm here, I do think that Zhao might actually be good for that because, like people were saying in CBT2, the damage that he could output from utilizing his elemental burst was pretty much the top of the top at that time. So yeah, I do think that there could be a potential there to get a lot of damage out of that. Do I still run my Mona as DPS now that I have Klee? Yes, Mona is still my primary DPS. Klee is pretty much there to set vaporize reactions for Mona. And Klee is also built pretty much the same way as Mona. She would be built identical to Mona if I had the artifacts to produce the same build, but I don't right now. But she will be in the future. Do you think we will be able to use delusions in the game, like change Lisa to Hydro, etc.? Maybe. I think that actually could be a very interesting possibility. Who knows? It's possible. I think that definitely could be something interesting for them to explore for sure. Actually, now that you say that, I kind of hope that they do that. That actually could be an interesting way for them to help boost the usability of some characters that might be getting underutilized in the roster. How will Ayaka 3 skill change if not? I don't know. So she hasn't been playable since CBT 1. I feel like there's probably going to be a number of changes to that character, but it's hard to say for sure right now what they really intend to do with that character as a whole. He just froze. He stopped flailing. That's weird. Well, whatever. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, so she could change. I would expect there to be at least minor changes to that character by the time she does release. Yeah, I do. I really think that you're going to get good return from Skyward Spine with Zhao. I think there's a chance that character might be designed to be used with the other 5-star spear that's out already. this one, which is crit rate. But I don't know. I think you can probably just balance it. Like I said, whatever weapon you choose to use on a character, make sure if you balance it properly in your artifacts, you can pretty much make most weapons work as long as it's not exactly the opposite of the optimal build or role of that character.
Only leads to misconception.
Oh, come on. This boar just charged me out of nowhere. Come on. Yeah, this game, they've utilized it, I think, very, very well. Like they've definitely optimized it well to run on different systems. I know that some people are complaining that it doesn't run super, super great on the PS4 or PS4 Pro even, but like it seems to work. I think that that's one of the things that you give up for making something cross-platform so well. I do think it's what's caused them not to release it on the Switch yet, though. I think that they may be having some issue with getting it to optimize on that platform. I'll be very interested to see how that goes. Fish blasting. This is all situational and personal, but you prefer pyro, electro, animo, or hydro plus cryo animo. Yeah, I mean, everybody likes different things. Nice, yeah, okay. Well, if it's working good for you, that's awesome. I've heard some people complain that it's not working well for them, but you never know what people's like gaming environment is, right? Like you don't know that like whether or not their PS4 is being kept inside some kind of a weird cabinet that doesn't have any cooling options or anything. Like if you know, put your PS4 in an enclosure that's too small and doesn't have a fan nearby it, like it's gonna overheat. It's gonna cause your PS4 not to run well or load things slow. So there is also that aspect to take into consideration with regard to that. It's okay, and PS4 definitely needs work. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that, well, like, what with the PS5 coming out soon, I'm pretty sure that you're going to see, you know, a lot better performance of the game on that, obviously. But only time will tell, really. But I would expect that, yeah, it will perform a lot better there for console players. And I would imagine a lot of console players will be making the jump to the PS5 over the next 12 to 18 months. Yeah, the OST in this game is either chill or, yeah, like let's get it. And I love it for that. I think the music in this game is probably some of the best, like, new game music to come out in quite a long time. What are my thoughts on Way the Hilly Churl? Who is he? Isn't that the one that they were talking about in the 1.1 stream? The one that's actually supposed to be a like a hilly churl that is like a reference to like the CEO of MiHoYo or something. Yeah, I do think it is that one. And yeah, they do seem to like to poke fun at themselves a little bit. I would agree with that. How do you guys expect Dendro to react with other elements? All we really know as for now is that it burns. Yeah, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why we still haven't seen like Baiju or anybody like that yet, or any other Dendro characters, even in the, you know, in the leaks or anything like that, is just that they may still be trying to decide how they want those reactions to go down. They may not have decided exactly how they want to go forth with that. Did he just run out of my burst? No, he didn't. He did, but he didn't. Oh, come on, man. Come back here. $15K normal day, yeah. Oh, come on. That was not okay. Let me just come up over here. Yeah, the vaporize combination between Mona and Klee is pretty broken. Like, you just throw a bomb, swap. Throw a bomb, swap. And you put out damage numbers for days. You end up with non-crit hits that are doing the damage that your critical hits do, and your critical hits just slam them with unbelievably high damage. It's pretty nice. I definitely enjoy the added damage that it has brought to my team by having Klee in it. I certainly have no meaningful complaints, that's for sure. Is there any Dendro party resonance? Not that we know of yet. If I had to step out on a limb, I would say that like Dendro party resonance is probably gonna boost like resistance to some other element. It'd be funny if it gave you resistance to pyro for some reason, just because like they're known to burn. And maybe it would be like the meme aspect of like resonance for Dendros, that it just reduces pyro damage or something. But who knows what? Maybe it'll be like, oh no, Hydro already increases healing effectiveness. So I don't know what else they may decide to do with it as a resonance option. It's hard to say. You thought Cryo was the counter to Hydro Mages? Cryo kind of is the counter to Hydro Mages. Yeah, I would say that it definitely is. Wanderer's Troop is for support characters, Chris Lai. So it boosts Elemental Mastery as its main bonus, and that's not the focus of my build. My build is focused on attack, crit damage, and crit rate, and as a result of that, if you water it down with Elemental Mastery, all you're doing is building a hybrid character that's, you know, trying to be good at two things and is not really good at anything.
Can it be reversed?
If you want to use Wanderer's Troop on Mona, then you have to go support build, not main DPS, and that's a very different build focus than what I'm doing. You think the first Dendro character that they'll release is the manager from... Yeah, that's going to be Baiju. Yeah, that's he's the one who runs the pharmacy. I definitely think he's going to be the first one they release. He's the only character we've even seen in the game at this point who has a Dendro vision. If they end up introducing a different Dendro character first, I would be really, really surprised. The funniest thing is being in multiplayer and having the entire team wailing on one Abyss Mage like they're screaming as their little snow globe starts cracking. Yeah, it doesn't take them too long either. When you have 4 people beating on them at the same time, the thing pretty much just blows up. You're at AR 35. Is the best way to earn EXP for your character? What is the best way? Because you feel like you've slowed down a lot and you don't want to you don't want it to outpace you to 40. So if you're having trouble, like, do you mean like leveling your characters directly, like actually getting their level increased? If you're having trouble with that, really the only way to level your characters effectively is to just go farm ley lines. Like, just use your daily resin to do ley lines if you're not concerned about artifacts. If your artifacts are okay, then you can just farm some ley lines, the green ley lines for experience items. That would be the way I would recommend doing that. Yeah, you know, for me as a you know, a team kind of focused on hydro reactions or hydro beneficial reactions, yeah, I kind of have a bane for the for you know, or at least I used to have a bane for the cryo mages, but now they're not so bad that I have Klee, because I can just melt their shield right away. She definitely changed my party's dynamic in a pretty meaningful way. Alright, well, that finished up my artifact route, so I can actually try to upgrade Klee's artifacts a little bit more. What's better on artifacts, Hydro bonus damage or attack? Hydro bonus damage will slightly outperform attack from the tests that I conducted a while back. I'm still going to be doing some more tests in the future with regard to how that performs at endgame. So you'll kind of have to stick with me on that a little bit. But right now, I would say at this portion of the game, if you're in the AR 40 to 45 region, Hydro bonus damage is definitely going to outperform. And it also helps lean into the things that the character is good at in the first place. So definitely recommend doing that. Big tip, do the wealth ley lines from rank 35 to 45 because you will need a lot of Mora. I mean, yeah, you do need a lot of Mora. He's not wrong about the need for Mora. Oh, nice, that went crit rate. Well, that'll be useful. Yeah, you definitely do need a lot of Mora. Honest to goodness, I have done very few wealth ley lines on a personal level and have managed to do okay in their absence, but I have done a few. I've probably done maybe a dozen wealth ley lines in total. I've focused mostly on doing other things, and it seems to have worked out well for me, kind of, but I am starting to get a little low on funds again, so this could be catching up with me here soon. Do I think Mona and Diona would make a good combo? Yeah, you know, I think it'll be really interesting to see how those two characters will play off of each other. I think that there's definitely a good opportunity there, right? Because you could start your fight with Diona and just go ahead and stick them with Cryo from a distance and then follow up with Mona for a quick freeze reaction. And you never had to get close to the enemy or anywhere remotely close to the enemy. And that'll be really nice. I think that actually could... It'll probably have a good possibility of being one of the more potent frozen reaction generations. Although I suspect that Ayaka might actually be better for that later, but we'll see. The Dendro resonance is probably going to be something like energy recharge plus 10 or 25% since nature Dendro grows. You know, that's an interesting thought. That's pretty intuitive. I could see that happening. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. Ice Mage will be so broken. Yeah, you know, I think a Cryo Mage in this game actually could be pretty broken. And I think if you have I think that'll be another situation like Jean, or not Jean, but Mona and Klee, how they play off each other as dual mages really well. I think Mona and a Cryo Mage will play off of each other ridiculous because you'll be, you know, proccing Cryo with your normals and then proccing Hydro with your normals. So you're going to be generating Frozen instantly and constantly. I think that that's going to be really, really broken. I'm kind of wondering if that's why they haven't reduced any introduced any Cryo Mages yet, is because they're kind of worried about how to balance that. You have around 10 characters that are between level 70 and 80, and many weapons at 80, and we'll say that testing sucks because the difference between characters is thin overall. So that's one of the things is you have to... This is one of the things where when I was designing the Historia Scale, I designed it around the aspects of the characters that are different. Because if, like, I found that while doing the testing, if things didn't yield any difference at all, what was the point in testing it in the first place? Mapamare or Eye of Perception on Mona. So Mapamare and Eye of Perception are two weapons that build Mona in different ways. Swag. If you are trying to build Mona as a support character, you would use Mapamare and lean into Elemental Mastery. If you're using Eye of Perception, you would build Mona as a primary DPS, more than likely, and you will lean into crit damage and crit rate. I do think that it's a little bit harder to get good crit rate and crit damage when utilizing an item like the Eye of Perception because it only increases straight attack. So it's a little bit harder to establish that consistent crit number. Just do entire team of just mages. Yeah, you know, you definitely could do that. I don't know how viable it is. I think it might get a little frustrating because you're definitely gonna run into some situations where you have... I think that you would have no, like, if you were going to run a full mage party, you would absolutely have to have Ningguang in it to handle certain situations like shield breaking or characters that you need, or enemies that you need physical damage against, because cryo kind of fills that gap. So yeah, if you were going to do something like that, you'd absolutely have to include Ningguang in that comp. DPS Mona or sub carry? Definitely DPS Mona, honestly. My preferred, I think the best role that Mona can be utilized for is primary damage. Yes, she can, yes, like, you might be able to see like bigger numbers from her elemental burst if you make her a support character, but you will not be utilizing the agility of her kit. You will not be utilizing the consistence of her her normals and her charged abilities. So yeah, you might be able to get those bigger numbers whenever you use her elemental burst, but yeah, you're just not going to see the same reliable, consistent damage in its absence.
Precisely foretelling one's written destiny.
You could run a full heal team, Jean Barbara, Chi-Chi, Noelle, or you could replace one of those characters, maybe Chi-Chi, with Diona, because she's also a healer. Which, by the way, is a side note, if any of you have been pulling HP items, like HP main stat items that are also, like, you know, attack focused with their substats, Diona's heals do supposedly scale off of HP, just like Barbara. So she will be the first instance kind of where you would want to build a character with HP items, but also utilizing attack substats. Best artifact sets for DPS main Mona. So I actually, Jason Dayrit, I do have a video that I go into this pretty in depth on. It's my main DPS Mona build guide that I released earlier this week. I get into it pretty in depth there. I recommend you check that out. But I will say that the best artifact is going to be, the best way to build her for this is going to be 2-piece Gladiator and 2-piece Berserker, to get the highest attack and crit rate opportunity that you can. You want a 2-to-1 crit damage to crit rate ratio, and so that's going to be the way you want to build her out. Hydro bonus damage Goblet, and whatever weapon you're using, be it adding crit rate or crit damage, use the opposite one in your circlet slot. How do I feel about building Favonius Codex on Mona since it gives energy recharge? So Favonius Codex with energy recharge actually could end up being a good weapon for Mona later on. But here's one of the things is that that I did some testing on, is that Hydro bonus damage only is outscaled by energy recharge if you can get numbers in energy recharge in excess of 175%, which is a little bit challenging to get before, I would say, level 90. At level 90, you might actually see compelling reasons to try weapons like that, but right now it's a little bit difficult, I think, to use that weapon and then still utilize her as a primary DPS. Where do I farm Berserker at? Is it a domain? No, I think I've gotten most of my Berserker just from doing bosses, honestly. Things like the Geo-Hypostasis and stuff, Oceanid even, I've seen a good amount of Berserker items from them.
It can only but be accepted.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Kennedy, that's pretty much the same reason I use, or the same thing I use Barbara for. Like, I either use Noelle or Barbara as my Team 2 healer. You have Wanderers on her because you rolled great stats on them. We'll slowly transition towards Gleitzerk. Yeah, you're welcome, not a problem. I'm glad I could help. How's the new catalyst in the shop compared to Royal Grimoire for Mona? So yeah, the new one I believe is crit rate main stat and slide. It has like a slide flexible attack as its weapon main stat. So I think it kind of will work the same way as the Royal Grimoire. So instead of having a flexible crit rate that can be between, you know, two numbers, it will probably just average out to something similar to the average crit rate that you would obtain with the Royal Grimoire anyways, while giving you a flexible slide attack. So you will not establish as much consistency in the height of your criticals, or, you know, in the high damage of your criticals, but you will definitely establish more consistency in the regularity of your criticals. So I think it will still work out really well. It's crit damage. Well, I mean, that still works the same way. It really won't change anything in that regard because you would need to balance your artifacts to offset that. So it would still work the same. That it'll still be the same. Because if you're using a crit damage weapon, then you need to balance it with your circlet for crit rate. Yeah, so it won't change anything. It'll still work the same as Royal Grimoire. It'll still be a high output producer. The level of my strongest character is at level 80. My Mona Jean and Klee are all level 80. Yeah. And then I also have Venti and Beidou at 70 as well. And then, yeah, these other characters are kind of trailing behind right now. I just haven't had the materials on hand to really push them forward right now. And I don't really need to push them right now either, so it's been fine. Along with Maiden Beloved on Barbara, yeah. That definitely... Maiden Beloved is very effective on Barbara. If you have Barbara, I definitely recommend Maiden Beloved. That's what I'm using on mine as well. A male mage. Yeah, we don't have any male mages yet, do we? I do think, yeah, obvious. I think that Baiju is going to... I think he's probably a mage, so I think that he's going to be the first playable male mage. In theory, attack on your main DPS and elemental recharge on your supports, but it varies setup to setup. Yeah, I think it varies based on the character, really. There are certain characters who are going to give you better return for energy recharge than others, like Mona, for instance, being as like she gets bonus to Hydro bonus damage from energy recharge. So yeah, there's some outliers in that, but otherwise I would say that you're right. Circlet is the only one that could roll crit rate and crit damage. Yes, that's why you have to flex the circlet for that. Dainsleaf, question mark? I don't know if that's a Dainsleaf when kind of situation. I don't suspect we're going to see Dainsleaf for quite some time yet as a character in the story, nor a playable character. But, I mean, I could be wrong. It could be one of those situations where just like at the end of Chapter 1, we briefly saw, you know, the sibling standing with the Abyss Order. It could be one of those situations where at the end of, you know, the Liyue chapter, we get another small installment of what's going on with the sibling, and we could actually be introduced to Dainsleif very briefly there. I hadn't really thought about that much until just now, but it actually would make perfect sense if we did see her, or see Dainsleif then. Oh my god, I see Azalea that I haven't gotten yet. That's really surprising. I'm definitely going over there. Am I using Viridescent Veneer? No, I'm not. My gene is focused on attack and energy recharge. Oh, Dainsleif is a mage. Maybe. I think that could be a possibility. He did say something about wielding a power from another world, though, so I don't know what his whole deal could be. He just doesn't strike me as a mage. He kind of strikes me as a Claymore user, to be very honest with you. That's complete speculation, but just visually, that's kind of what he strikes me as. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see Dainsleif as in a role other than, you know, one that's just talking for over a year at the very least. Any tips for building Beidou as a DPS or support DPS? Yeah, I think Beidou, her best build option is going to be something like 4-piece Gladiator set. And especially since you can make Gladiator pieces, you can get Gladiator items in 5-star, which means that you can enhance them even higher and you can really extract better damage output from her by doing that. She's not really one of those kind of characters that you'll get great returns for on like enhancing Electro bonus damage. I actually do have an Electro bonus damage item on her, but that was just because I needed a 4-piece Gladiator bonus, and I just so happened to get an Electro bonus damage Gladiator goblet. If I could tell you right now that if I got Kuching, I would immediately give it to her, though. But yeah, Gladiator 4-piece set, lean into her attack. Physical damage is also good for her, because she's not as consistent a producer. There's a challenge up here for crying out loud I didn't get. That's crazy. Well, I'll have to do this here in a minute. I can't believe I didn't do this yet. I totally remember doing this on a beta test, and I'm only just now finding it here, like a month and a half later or something. That's pretty surprising. I guess I just never wandered back here. Let me go kill this thing first. Or I can just completely whiff him. There we go. Which artifacts are best for Fischl trying to build her as support? So really the thing to keep in mind with Fischl is her best DPS opportunity is having Oz on the field. You want him active. You want him attacking. So Oz is your E skill, right? But the byproduct of using your elemental burst on Fischl is that Oz respawns. So you can use the E skill. Then if you have high energy recharge, you can use Oz more often because you can just respawn him. You can basically keep him up 24/7 if you give her enough energy recharge. Then he's on the field when you're using other characters, and his reaction damages will be based on the elemental mastery of Fischl. So with that said, you want elemental mastery and energy recharge as the two main stats for Fischl if you're using her as a support character. That will help you extract the best real returns from that character, unless you're using her as a primary DPS. Then you would have a totally different build. Do I still need other cares? Because for me, your team is something you will never get. There's definitely characters I want. I definitely want Kuching. There's definitely interactions like, for instance, Oceanid, where I would love to have Kuching. I miss having her for that boss. That was a character that completely changed the performance against that boss for me. And like I said, I really miss having her. Those birds, the flying birds on Oceanid are pretty obnoxious. And with Kuching, you can pretty much just point her sigil at them directly and just slash them all dead in one hit. It completely changes that fight. That fight's almost a joke with her. Thank you, Nix. I appreciate it. Is Jean good as a DPS? Jean can be really good as a DPS. She absolutely can be. She pulls a lot of value as a DPS. I don't know that I would recommend using her as a primary DPS unless you just don't have any other characters that that are more attractive in that role to you right now. But she can be really really potent as a DPS, but I think her best role is as a hybrid DPS healer. What level did I start to see abysmal damage numbers? You're using level 70 2C Fischl with compound bow. Still don't see numbers in the thousands. So I want to say in the 70s I was already starting to break those thousands numbers a little bit more frequently. But really the trick to getting those thousands numbers is to have that either you're leaning into 4-piece gladiator sets for physical damage, or you're leaning into high crit rate, crit damage setups to where you're getting high numbers through crits as opposed to just leaning on straight attack. What do I think of Sister Rosaria? Why does that sound familiar to me? I am actually not sure if I know what you're talking about, but you might have to explain that. I don't know if I know what you mean. I said Kuching quite well. I mean that's actually how her how her name is said. Yeah, I guess that's what you were saying. Yeah. I mean, I don't actually speak Chinese, but I do try my best to say the names the way the characters say them, as opposed to just saying them how I think they should be said, which I think is, you know, if you listen to any of Mona's voice lines, she puts emphasis on saying people's names correctly. I, as a human being, who has a weird last name that I've had to sit around and listen to people butcher most of my life, I understand what it's like to have somebody, like, to be irritated by people not saying your name right. So I definitely identify with Mona's desire for people to say her title correctly. So I definitely want to say other names correctly as well. So it's definitely something that I try to do. You recently got Kuching. What's the recommended build for her? So there's a couple of different ways that you can actually build out Kuching, but I think probably, again, and this is kind of like one of my catch-alls, but if you're building Kuching as a primary DPS, it's kind of hard to go wrong with high crit damage, high crit rate, and attack. And this is one of those build sets where if you learn the proper rotation, because that's one of the biggest things for Kuching is understanding the optimum rotation for her. It's actually kind of complicated, but there's a couple of YouTubers out there who have done great videos for that. I forget their names off the top of my head, but they should be pretty easy to find if you Google them. But if you build her with a 2-to-1 crit damage to crit rate ratio, electro bonus damage goblet, and attack, then learn that rotation, you're going to be sitting in that position where you can kill Pyro and Cryo Regisvine in one knockdown cycle just by spamming her charged attack at the after doing the rotation. It gets pretty crazy. It really is. It's kind of disgusting how fast you can kill stuff with that. Your crit rate is so crap with 135 crit damage. You've never rolled crit. That's unfortunate. Well, this is one of the reasons why Royal Grimoire is so good, because it kind of makes up for that, right? So it gives you that flexible crit rate. So, like for instance, my Mona only has at base 42.4 crit rate, but it adds a lot more crit rate through the weapon. So I believe it adds 12% per 5 stacks, so it's actually adding up to 60% crit rate, which actually would put me at 100%, over 100%. So the average is in between those 6 values, though, right? So you start at the 42.4, and you add 12 each time, and each of those values that are added produces an average crit rate. When I did this at base level, which was only adding 8% per 5 stacks, which only adds 40% over time, it still averaged out to a crit rate of about 62.5%, which is plenty potent. And it does help me. It put me, right, like a little bit better than that sweet spot of 2-to-1. I'm more like 2.2 or something to 1, or 2.1 to 1. I think, actually. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why weapons like Royal Grimoire are really, really nice, because they give you that flex scale and result in a higher average crit rate overall. Why doesn't Ningguang say her name? Nobody says Ningguang. They say Kyoko or something like that. I think that a lot of people are saying... I think that maybe that might be one of the characters that has a different name in Japanese, because the Japanese a lot of people are using the Japanese voice lines, and they have some different names, I think, is one of the reasons why people aren't saying that. I think that might actually just be a speculative thing, but I know there are a lot of Japanese characters that have different names. Get the Royal Longsword from the shop while you can. The weapons change in a few hours, but for Kuching, the focus is on crit rate. Yeah, so that's definitely a good point. Like, I'm definitely considering picking that up just so that I have it in the event I get Kuching. But at the same time, the Black Sword from the Battle Pass is also a very good option for Kuching as well. You won't get as good a return from the weapon ability, but you will still get a good return. I've definitely seen crazy things done with the Black Sword on Kuching, and that will always be available through the Battle Pass, or at least should, in theory, always be available through the Battle Pass, unless they change them every month. But I kind of doubt it, because otherwise, if they change it, you wouldn't be able to get any refinements for them. Yes, Royal Longsword, because it works the same as the Royal Grimoire, will be, to me, in the 4-star tier, the most ideal weapon you could put on a Kuching. What character do you think needs a revamp or upgrade? I would say if they were to rework any one character in the entire game... See, to me, it's kind of a throw between Kaya and Xiangling. I think that there's one very important thing that if they changed on Xiangling, it would completely change my view of that character. I wish Goba would just get up and chase enemies. If Goba actually got up and chased enemies, it would make him so much more useful. But, like, for me, playing as a ranged character... generally on Mona, like Goba sits in one location and I end up, having to focus really hard on keeping Goba and the enemy in the same location so that you can actually get damage on it. So it's one of those weird situations. The other character that I think could use some minor revamping would be Kaya. And that's only because he's not really super useful outside of his E. His elemental burst actually does a lot of damage. It really does. It's one of the higher damage producers. It's kind of fine the way it is, but I don't know. It's one of these weird situations, though, I think, because Kaya's not even really bad. It's just that his E ability is the best part of his kit, and it's on really low cooldown. So it just kind of entices you to not keep him on the field, other than to just throw him in for a quick, cryo reaction, and then bench him for somebody who can produce damage from it. Is Razor a good character, and also Sucrose and Xiangling? All of those characters are good at specific roles, but not necessarily, to me, good at other roles. So, for instance, I think Razor, if you build him with good energy recharge, enough energy recharge that you can keep his DPS up, or his elemental burst up 24/7, he can actually be a very potent primary DPS. Sucrose is great as a support character. Who was the other character you were talking about? Xiangling, yeah, also a great support character, not so much as a primary DPS. Your Mona has Windsith and Eye of Perception, and you just got Kuching, and you're using Refined 5 Fillet Blade at the moment. Should you get the Solar Pearl for Mona or Black Sword for Kuching? If your Mona has Windsith, you don't need the Solar Pearl. You could get the Black Sword for Kuching safely and not really be giving up anything. Yeah, I think you're in a good spot there. Go with the Black Sword. Definitively, I would say to do that. How long has this stream been live for? Exotic, bruh, I started the stream at 9 p.m., so it's about 4 hours. This is pretty typical. I'll probably be wrapping up the stream anywhere between the next 30 and 60 minutes. Unless you meant how long have I been doing this. I think this is my 5th or 6th stream now. I do it once a week. On average, I do it Saturday nights generally. You took a nap and it's still going on. Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, like I said, I started at 9 p.m. EST and I go on for 4 or 5 hours. Until I pretty much run out of things to talk about, or my voice just can't handle it anymore. My voice does tend to have a tendency to get a little strained by the end of the evening. It's just a byproduct of talking for 4 or 5 hours continuously. With child stance change, will we get more of this? I think I might have missed something. I'm not sure if I understand that question. I don't. You said, will we get more of this? I don't know what this is. Would you choose Royal Longsword over Black Sword? Yeah, I honest to goodness think I would choose Royal Longsword over Black Sword, to be very honest with you. I think that the Royal's flexible crit rate is more useful and will produce more consistent damage output in a similar fashion to what the test that I did between the Royal Grimoire and the Solar Pearl, because these weapons have the same bonuses as each other. So I found that while you produce more reliable crits with the Solar Pearl, you actually produce more damage with the Royal. And as a result of that, the difference in average crit rate was only like 5%, so the Royal Grimoire ended up outperforming by a good margin, especially because the extra damage translated to significantly higher crit output values. Teddy Eric, you're excited for the update? Yeah, me too. I'm definitely excited for the update. I think that the update's gonna really be great for the game and and really help to keep people motivated and going. You can't even talk for 30 minutes, so you're impressed. Yeah, I I definitely, like, the next morning, usually my voice is still a little raspy. Should I save up for 10 and roll for Klee, or save some more for the next banner? It kind of depends on what you're trying to do, Dosi. the next banner will more than likely be Zhongli, and I think it would be hard to go wrong with him, but Klee is a very effective output character, so if you're lacking depth in primary DPS, she's not a bad character for you to focus on. Freak. You'd say 5 words daily and your vocal cords are like, ha, no. Yeah, you know, I kind of feel like these days mine is kind of like that, but unfortunately I you know, like the job that I do outside of this is like I talk all day, so I kind of, you know, use it continuously all day long. So like my voice is just kind of always under strain and kind of in a constant state of stressed out. Oh, Klee, you know how to do the double attack, W attack, first hit? You want to get R5 Wolf Gravestone. Right now you have R2. Yeah, I've got R3 myself. I think R5 would be pretty nice, but at the same time, I've kind of reached a point where I get frustrated when I get another one because I'm usually trying to get a different one. Do I ever mess up at my job after getting raspy voice? It doesn't really impact my job if I have a raspy voice, so long, like I talk fast, but I also have a tendency to properly enunciate the words that I'm saying, so it doesn't really impact much. At least I sound interesting the entire time. I try. I try generally to speak with exuberance. It makes you a little bit more entertaining when you talk, and I do that in my normal conversations that I have with friends and at work as well. I am sometimes accused at work of sounding like a radio person, which is kind of weird, but you know, whatever. I try not to do that just because in my line of work, if you do that, people will make fun of you, but it is what it is. It's kind of one of those things where once you get used to talking a specific way, you just have to kind of roll with it, you know? It's hard to change the way you are. You need to ascend Beidao's weapon and talents. Not gonna lie, she only does a little more damage than your Xingqiu. Yeah, that's definitely telling. You might want to change your Beidao's build a little bit. It reminds you of how you really don't want to get one. Yeah, I feel you, bud. Do you think free-to-play should roll on weapon banners instead of character banners? Never really know when to roll for a weapon or not. Chris Wong, I think that really the way to look at it is this. If you need depth in your character roster, roll for characters. There's lots of really good, plenty potent 4-star weapons in this game. If characters are something that you need in order to clear content like the Spiral Abyss, or if you're just struggling to find a team with good synergy and you need more depth in your roster, focus characters. Weapons are only going to make the characters you have better, but if you don't have characters that are synergizing well or synergizing satisfactorily, then roll characters. You pray to God you get a voice like me. Thanks, Amin. Radio people know how to hype, though. That's a good thing. Yeah, I definitely think that there's some interesting situations where people can be placed in situations where maybe they shouldn't have been placed in, where they're not maybe necessarily great at reading a script enthusiastically. Don't you hate it when you're at the top of a mountain killing monsters and their loot just rolls over the hill? Yeah, that's happened to me a lot. That actually does get really frustrating. You are 110% correct about that. Is Zhongli's Petrify going to be a game changer? I think that Zhongli's Petrify is definitely going to be a game changer. It works very similarly to Frozen, so it's definitely going to... I feel like he's going to perform well on the Historia Scale when I get the opportunity to put him on it. I think that he's definitely going to do well. He brings a lot to the table, for sure. Oh, hey, that's actually a really good chest. Cool. Hey, I got a couple of decent artifacts for me to use as fodder even. I'll take it. Is Zong... okay, let's see. Actually, when you get AR-36, you think you'll roll for Klee. Hopefully you don't get another Sucrose. Hey, Sucrose is not a terrible character, but of course, obviously, getting the 5-star characters is preferential. 5-star weapons are just incremental stat buff compared to 4 stars, whereas characters are entire movesets, playstyles, roll for characters. Yeah, I generally would have to agree with Kennedy on that. Like, if you have a character that you are dead set, like, this is the character that you're going to use in your party, or better yet, if you have a whole 4 character roster of, like, if you have the team that you really want to keep, you can roll for weapons. You can now afford to do that because you've got a rounded set of characters that you can rely on, you know, day in and day out. But you can load those characters up with 4-star weapons and be totally fine and continue to collect more characters to diversify for different situations. Honest to goodness, there's not necessarily any real reason to push for 5-star weapons. If you get them, great. If you don't, it's not a big deal. 4-star weapons are plenty good. Yeah, Zhongli's ult is actually quite reasonable in terms of its energy cost, which is surprising. It doesn't exactly, from what I am to understand of it, have the greatest output numbers, but it actually, I mean, the Petrify alone still makes it very worthwhile. Who even is bad? Honest to goodness, some guy, I don't really think that this game has bad characters. It just has characters that some of them are a little bit better at specific things and not so good at others. And as a result, there are some characters who just shine brighter than others, if that makes sense. What set builds do you use on Mona? Huskita, I do have a video where I actually dive into that pretty in depth. It's called my main DPS Mona build guide. You should be able to find it on my channel. It was actually my most recent video before this stream. So I will tell you, it's basically a 2-to-1 focus on crit damage to crit rate. So focus as best as you can to double your crit damage compared to your crit rate, and everything else is a focus on straight damage and Hydro bonus damage goblet. And then, yeah, as far as your substats are concerned, you want to try to use those to go 2-to-1 on your crit damage to crit rate. You have Jean but want Mona. Is Jean good? Yes. So for the first 4 days of the game, before I got my Mona, Jean was the only 4-star or 5-star character that I had, and she carried my team for those first 4 days. And, you know, I got to AR 30, 32, 33 in those first 4 days, so I was in really good shape even without Mona by leaning on Jean. She's a really good, very flexible character. You really can't go wrong using her. You really get upset when or if you pull a 5-star weapon instead of a 5-star character. That actually has happened to me a couple of times already. It's, you know, I try not to get upset about that, because it just is what it is. I usually try to tell myself, like, okay, so I rolled a 5-star weapon. It just means, like, I can make such and such character better. So I try to focus on the positives of things. That's just kind of the way I try to, I guess, conduct myself these days, because there was a point in my life where I was kind of cynical and I didn't really like it. So I kind of had to refocus my efforts on, you know, turning lemons into lemonade, as it were. Main problem with Zhongli is that he's Geo. So here's the thing about Zhongli. His skill set is such that if you don't want to take damage, you just don't take damage anymore. So he is gonna change things. Like, he's gonna be one of those characters that makes, like, really hard enemies not so difficult anymore, at least in terms of a defensive standpoint. Like, and his output isn't even bad, and the new weapons that are coming out alongside him will only make him deal they'll make him deal a lot more damage. Like literally, like if he has a shield on, and he should have a shield on basically 100% of the time, he'll deal 100% more damage on base refinement. Like, okay, like this character is gonna do crazy damage. So I think that Zhongli's definitely going to be a potent team member for pretty much any team comp if you can get him. You guys can pretty much expect that that I will be trying to focus on good Zhongli utilization whenever I do get him. Like, you can probably expect some content to be generated from that, because he's going to be a character that I try to make a point to get as quickly as possible. I'm pretty much saving my gems for him right now, so more so than, you know, characters like Child. Yeah, sure, I'd like to get him, but like I'd much rather have Zhongli. So that'll be a character that I'll have a higher focus on. Oh, okay. I can just hit all three of those guys for 25,000 damage at the same time. Works for me. Is Kuching ever coming to a banner? So, you know, before the game came out officially, I was really hoping to see, and I was trying to carry a pretty positive outlook as far as like the possibility of having like a Kuching or Mona banner, that kind of situation. And I'm still hoping that they do, but at this point, because they're in the permanent banner, I'm kind of thinking that they probably won't. But time will tell. I could be wrong. Maybe it's possible that because these are the characters in the normal banner, they might actually be characters that we could see appear on like the Star Glitter shop or something at some point. You know, this is just thinking completely optimistically. Like, that could completely never happen. Now, there supposedly have been data mine things that suggest that characters like Jean actually have tiles that were designed for them to appear in that, but they also could have just been used on previous betas or something and then removed. So that actually could just mean nothing. Is it confirmed that Zhongli is next or Child? It's not. It's not confirmed. However, if I had to bet money on it, it would be Zhongli. I suspect strongly that it will be Zhongli. I really do. The last story chapter revolved kind of around, you know, the Anemo Archon in his region. If they were to release the next banner, you know, as Child, they would be kind of not releasing a playable character during their story arc. Because 6 weeks later, or 3 weeks later rather, like, most people will probably have already blown through that story arc, and their hype around the character will have probably lessened to some extent. So, you know, they're probably going to have, you know, Zhongli doing some kind of badass stuff in this story, and then, you know, then releases stuff 3 weeks later when the hype has died down. Nah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to see Zhongli's first and then Child's afterwards. Do I think Zhongli will have similar damage output to Diluc or Kuching? I think it's very possible that he could if you have his proper weapon. If you end up with like his 5-star weapon, it's very possible. But outside of that, maybe not.
Search for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
It's going to happen. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's all about 5 stars. Will get their own banner. I mean, I don't know. I hope so. I really do. Let's see. Do you think Venti and Klee will ever be added to the permanent banner? No, I don't suspect that they'll ever be added to the permanent banner, but I suspect that like characters like Venti and Klee will return for limited banners once or twice a year. That would be my expectation for that. Lots of other gacha games do that with their limited banners. They pretty much like, they'll bring back each character that was on limited banner just once per year. And each time of the year, you can expect to catch them again if you missed them or if you wanted to get constellations for them to make them better.
Astrologers must rid themselves of
So I'm going to probably plan to end the stream in about 8 minutes at 1:30 my time here on the East Coast. So if you guys got any last questions to get in, now would be the time to do it. Just a guess, Ningguang will be the 4-star on Zhongli's banner. So there was some data mined stuff that suggested that might be the case. However, Jonathan, I think it's noteworthy to point out that the every other banner that we've had so far has had a focus on 1 5-star with 3 4-star characters alongside them. So I don't necessarily think that they're going to change that pattern. I would suspect that the 2 new 4-stars will, at least one of the 2 new 4-stars will release with him, as well as 2 of the other existing 4-stars in a pairing. And then maybe when Childs comes up, the other 4-star character will appear alongside him with 2 of the other 4-star characters would be my guess. So basically, I think that we may still see Ningguang paired with him though. I think it might be one of those situations where it's like Xinyan and Zhongli and Ningguang and somebody else. Yeah, I actually have been to Beidao's ship. I mean, I got to all of the Geo Oculus, I think, within about 4 days. So yeah, I had to go out there pretty early on. I also recorded some footage of Beidao out there on the ship as well. What's better for clearing, Mona plus Klee or Sucrose and Klee? I think Mona plus Klee is really effective for clearing, mostly just because I pretty much one-shot most enemies. Like, I pretty much just tag them with Vaporize, swap, and charge, and a lot of things, especially if it crits, they die in 1 hit. So it's very effective, and the charge shot has a pretty wide AoE. So if you throw down Klee's E, pretty much everything just melts when you swap to Mona. C2 Klee reduces the enemy defense. Is that physical defense or overall defense? You know, I would be willing to bet it's overall defense just because I don't see why. Like, it would seem almost pointless for them to introduce a character that reduces the defense of an enemy in a way that the character itself cannot exploit, if that makes sense. What does Shatter Scale on? I believe Shatter Scale's on physical damage and attack. You cannot find the last 3 Geo Oculus to save your life. Well, fortunately for you, if you continue not to find them, in 1.1 they're releasing a craftable item that will allow you to find them a lot easier. So if you haven't found them within the next 10 days, that item will probably be something you'll want to focus on. No. Beidao, Beidao actually isn't on the ship. I just went out there with my Beidao and recorded some footage out there for some future video stuff. That's all. Am I going to do a guide on Klee like I did on Mona? Probably not, Hugo. At least not right now, just because pretty much everything that I've done on my Mona also applies to Klee, so I kind of feel like I would just be rehashing the same thing, and it doesn't really make sense to do that. Basically, at that point, I would just be changing colors and changing names and stuff. Like, basically, I make almost the same approach to these 2 characters. Am I making any more character backstories? Absolutely. I've got many plans for other character backstories. I've actually got over on my the Discord channel that I started last week. I've been getting contributions from other members of the community so that I can continue to do those more effectively.
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires.
In fact, I just put a link to the Discord server for any of you guys who have not yet joined the Discord server. There's a link to it right there, so if you guys want to join it, by all means do so. We've only got a few rules over there, but yeah, pretty much just check those out and then pick a role and you're good to go. Your Klee slaps with the same build, except you don't have Royal Grim. Yeah, she's Royal Grim is definitely a really good weapon, but it's not necessarily a necessity. My Klee has Solar Pearl, and she's still doing just fine. If this is true, you're going to be the happiest man alive, assuming you pull her, of course. November 20th?
Nor can it be reversed.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. What's on November 20th? I think I might have missed something up above or something. You'll have to let me know what you're talking about, Exotic. I think I might have missed something. Yeah, I mean, for me... Oh, November 20th, Kuching birthday. Yeah, you know, that actually does sound right now that I think... Actually, I can confirm that for you. Hang on one second. I actually have a log of all of that information that I recorded. So hang on just 1 second for me, and I can verify that unless somebody beats me to it.
Called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only be
Here, 2 seconds. And let's see. Yep, it's November 20th. That is accurate. I don't know what characters' birthdays will actually equate to as far as like in-game events or anything, but yeah, her birthday is November 20th, so it's coming up here pretty soon. I hope the stream has lucky powers. Test subject, I hope for your sake that it does as well have lucky powers. Let's see, what are some world level 5 artifact sets you should use for Mona? So, I mean, pretty much you're still going to be wanting to use 2-piece attack and 2-piece critical until you get to a point where you no longer need to use the 2-piece critical bonus. So once you've got good enough substats in your other pieces that will allow you to not need the Berserker 2-piece set, you could move on to something like Noblesse Oblige, which has... what is it, 20% increased elemental burst damage, which I could see being really, really useful on Mona, especially since with a focus on energy recharge in the late game, you can definitely have her elemental burst up really frequently. Between Winsith, Mappa Mare, and Favonius Codex, which is best for Klee? I would say Winsith. You're going to want to build her into secondary or primary DPS. And build what is it, crit rate in your circlet slot. But yeah, I would go Winsith because Mappa Mare and Favonius Codex are going to make her a support character, and that's not a great role for Klee.
Astrologers must rid
Oh yeah, the birthdays do give you a gift from the character in the mail.
only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world.
You're talking about Xingqiu. Yeah, that was the last birthday that we had. Side note, check Lisa's birthday in the game. I don't know that I recall hers off the top of my head. I do want to say that there's something I remember about that, but I don't know what it was off the top of my head. Her birthday is... Oh, jeez. Come on. Come on. That's not okay. Anyways, so I do believe I'm going to go ahead and end the stream for the night, everybody. But thanks for stopping in this evening. If you haven't yet, like I said, please join the Discord server. Over there, we're kind of building up a decent-sized community already, where you can pretty much go over there to discuss game mechanics, the lore, and exchange theories about where you might think the story is going. There's already about 500 people over there, so it's grown pretty quick in just the 1 week since I started it. And to those of you who are already members on the Discord server over there, thank you for joining and thank you for being awesome. You guys have definitely created a really interesting camaraderie already within the first week. The Paimon bread thing is one of the best things I've ever seen, and I couldn't have added that as a emote fast enough when I saw it. So yeah, thanks to all of you for, and you guys have also been really incredibly helpful to each other. A lot of the times I'll go over and check out the builds channel, and before I can even answer a question, you guys are over there answering questions for one another and just sharing information, and that's been really great to see that you guys are all just over there just really kicking ass and being a solid community, and I really do appreciate that. Thanks, Jonathan Kennedy. I appreciate it, and you guys all have a great rest of the night. Happy Halloween.